Chainfire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 111. "Do you know what the fat bugs are that are making all the noise?" Jensen asked Tom.
"I'm not sure," Tom said. "I've never seen them before. They suddenly seem to be all over the place."
Anne smiled to herself. "They're cicadas." Jensen frowned back over her shoulder. "They're what?" "Cicadas. You wouldn't know what they are. At the last molt, you would have probably still been a toddler, too young to remember. The life cycle of these cicadas with the red eyes is 17 years. 17 years, Jensen said in astonishment. You mean they only come out every 17 years? Without fail. After the females mate with these noisy fellows, they will lay their eggs in twigs. When they hatch, the nymphs will drop from the trees and burrow into the ground, not to emerge for another 17 years, where their life as adults will be brief." Jensen and Tom murmured their amazement as they moved on into the graveyard. Anne couldn't see much of anything else by the light coming from Jensen's lantern, except the dark shapes of trees moving in the occasional muggy breeze. As the three of them quietly slipped through the graveyard, cicadas chirped incessantly from the darkness all around. Anne used her Hahn to try to sense if anyone else was about, but she didn't feel anyone other than Tom, and somewhere in the distance one other person, no doubt Nathan. Since Jensen was one of the pristinely ungifted, she was intangible to Anne's Hahn. Like Richard, Jensen had been fathered by Dark and Rahl. Births of the pristinely ungifted, such as Jensen's, had been an unexpected and random side effect of the magic of the bond carried by every gifted Lord Rahl. In ancient times, when that trait began to spread, the solution had been to banish the pristinely ungifted, sealing them away in the forgotten land of Bandakar. After that, all ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl were put to death. Unlike any past Lord Rahl, Richard had been jubilant to discover that he had a sister. He would never allow her to be put to death for the nature of her birth, nor would he allow her and those like her to be forced into banishment. Even though Anne had been around these people for some time now, she was still not used to how disorienting it could be. Even when one of them was standing right in front of her, Anne's abilities said that there was no one there. It was a haunting sort of blindness, a loss of one of her senses that she had always taken for granted. Jensen had to take long strides to keep pace with Tom. To keep up with the two of them, Anne had to trot. And then, as they came around a small knoll, a stone monument loomed up into view. The light from the lantern lit one side of a rectangular stone base that was a little taller than Anne, but not as tall as Jensen. The coarse stone was heavily weathered and pitted, with stone molding carved around recessed squares on the sides. If it had ever been polished, the stone no longer showed any evidence of it. As the lantern light swept across the surface, it revealed layers of dirty discoloration from great age, as well as the mottled growth of mustard-colored lichen. Atop the imposing base sat a large carved urn with stone grapes hanging out over one side. Grapes were a favorite of Nathan's. As Tom led them around the front of the stone monument, Anne was astonished to see that the rectangle of stone sat off-kilter. On the far side, faint light oozed up from beneath it. It appeared that the entire monument had been pivoted aside, revealing steep stone steps that led down into the ground, down into the soft glow of light. Tom gave them both a meaningful look. "He's down in there." Jensen leaned over a little and peered into the steep cavity. "Nathan is down there? Down those steps?" "I'm afraid so," Tom told her. "What is this place?" Anne asked. Tom shrugged apologetically. "I'm afraid I have no idea. I didn't even know this was here until just a little while ago when Nathan showed me where I could find him. He told me to send you down just as soon as you got here. He was pretty insistent about it. He doesn't want anyone knowing this place is here. He wanted me to stand lookout and keep any people away from the graveyard, although I really don't think anyone ever comes out here anymore, especially at night." The Bandakaran people aren't the kind to go looking for an adventure. Unlike Nathan, Anne muttered. She patted Tom's muscled arm. Thank you, my boy. Best do as Nathan said and stand watch. I'll go down and see what this is all about. We'll both go, Jensen said. Chapter 11. Driven by worried curiosity, Anne immediately started down the dusty steps. Jensen followed close on her heels. A landing turned them to the right and down another flight. At a third landing, a long run of stairs turned to the left. The dusty stone walls were uncomfortably close together. The ceiling hunkered low even for Anne. Jensen had to crouch. It felt to Anne like she was being swallowed down through a moldering gullet into the graveyard's belly. At the bottom of the steps, she halted to stare in disbelief. Jensen let out a low whistle. Beyond was not a dungeon, but a strange, twisting room unlike any Anne had ever seen. The stone walls zigged and zagged at odd angles, each of its own design and independently of the others. Plastering covered some of the stone walls. In a series of the convoluted angles, the whole room snaked off into the distance, disappearing around projections and pointed corners. The place had a strange, orderly disorder about it that Anne found somewhat unsettling. Dark niches here and there in the plastered walls were surrounded with faded blue symbols and decorations that had flaked off in places. There were words as well, but they were too old and dull to be legible without careful study. Bookshelves, as well as ancient wooden tables, all layered in dirt, sat in several places up against the angled walls. Dead still cobwebs, heavy with dust, hung everywhere like drapes meant to decorate the room beneath the graves. Dozens of candles sat on tables and in some of the empty niches, giving the whole place a soft, otherworldly glow, as if all the dead above Anne's head must periodically descend to this place to discuss matters important only to the deceased, and to welcome new members into their eternal order. Beyond the diaphanous curtains of dust-choked cobwebs, amongst four massive tables that had been dragged together, stood Nathan. Disorderly stacks of books were piled high all around him on the tables.
Ah, there you are,
Nathan called from his book fort. Anne cast a sidelong glance at Jensen. I had no idea that this place was down here, the young woman said, in answer to the question that remained unasked of Anne's tongue. Points of candlelight danced in her blue eyes. I didn't even know this place existed. Anne looked around again. I doubt anyone in the last few thousand years knew this place existed. I wonder how he found it. Nathan snapped the book shut and placed it on a pile behind him. His straight white hair brushed his broad shoulders as he turned back. His hooded, dark azure eyes fixed on Anne. Anne caught the unspoken meaning in Nathan's gaze. She turned to Jensen. Why don't you go up and wait with Tom, my dear? It can be a lonely job standing watch in a graveyard. Jensen looked disappointed, but seemed to understand their need to be left to their business. She flashed a smile. Sure. I'll be right up top if you need anything. As the sound of Jensen's footsteps on the stone stairs dwindled away into a distant echoing whisper, Anne struck a weaving course through the veils of cobwebs. Nathan, what in the world is this place?
No need to whisper, he said. See how the walls turn at all those odd angles? It cuts the echo.
Anne was a little surprised to hear that he was right. Usually the echo in stone rooms was annoying, but this odd, twisting room had the hush of the dead. There's something strangely familiar about the shape of this place.
Concealment spell, the prophet said offhandedly.
Anne frowned. What?
The configuration of the whole thing is in the form of a concealment spell.
He gestured to each side when he saw the puzzled look she gave him.
It's not the layout of the entire place, the placement of rooms, and the course of the various halls and passageways, like at the People's Palace, that is the spell form, but rather It's the precise line of the walls themselves that make up the spell form, as if someone drew the spell large on the ground and then simply built the walls touching right against that line before hollowing out the middle. Because the walls are a uniform thickness, that means that the outside of the walls are also the shape of the spell form, so that tends to reinforce the whole thing. Quite clever, actually.
For such a spell to work, it had probably been drawn in blood and with the aid of human bones. There would have been an ample supply of those at hand. "Someone certainly went to a lot of trouble," Anne said as she appraised the space again. This time she began to recognize some of the shapes and angles in opposition. "What exactly is this place used for?"
"I'm not entirely sure," he admitted with a sigh. "I don't know if these books were meant to be buried with the dead for all time, or they were being hidden, or there was some other purpose."
Nathan beckoned with his hand.
"This way. Let me show you something."
Anne followed him through several of the zigzags, around turns, and past yet more shelves lined with dusty books, until they reached an area of niches 3 high to each side. Nathan leaned an elbow against the wall.
"Look here,"
he said, as he pointed a long finger downward, indicating one of the low, arched openings in the stone wall. Anne stooped and peered inside. It contained a body. All that was left were bones, clothed in dusty tatters of robes. A leather belt circled the waist, while a strap crossed over one shoulder. Skeletal arms were folded over the chest. Gold chains hung around the neck. Anne could see by the glint of light off the medallion on one of the chains that Nathan must have lifted it for a look, and in so doing his fingers had cleaned off the dust. "Any idea who he is?" she asked, as she straightened and folded her hands before herself. Nathan leaned down close to her.
"I believe he was a prophet."
"I thought there was no need to whisper." He arched an eyebrow as he straightened his frame to its considerable height.
"There are a number of other people interred here."
He flicked a hand off toward the darkness.
"Back that way."
Anne wondered if they could all be prophets as well. Nathan leaned down again and whispered again.
"Prophecy."
She frowned and looked back the way they had come. "Prophecy? You mean all of them? Those are all books of prophecy?"
"Most of them."
Excitement bubbled up through her. Books of prophecy were invaluable. They were the rarest of jewels. Such books could offer guidance, provide answers they needed, spare them futile endeavors, fill in gaps in their knowledge. Perhaps more than at any other time in history, they needed those answers. They needed to know more about the final battle in which Richard was supposed to lead them. As of yet, they had not discovered when this battle was to take place. With the frustrating vagary of prophecy, it could yet be many years off. For that matter, it was even possible that it was not to take place until Richard was an old man. With all the difficulties they had faced in the past several years, they could only hope that it was still many years off, and they would have time to prepare. Prophecy could help with that. The vaults at the Palace of the Prophets had been filled with thousands of volumes of prophecy, but they had all been destroyed along with the palace to prevent it from falling into the hands of Emperor Jagang. Better to lose such works for all time than allow evil to look upon their pages. But no one knew of this place. This place was hidden beneath a concealment spell. The dizzying possibilities spun through Anne's mind. "Nathan, this is wonderful." She turned and looked up at the man. He was watching her in a way that made her fidgety. She reached out and placed a hand on his arm. "Nathan, this is more than we could ever have hoped."
"This is something more than that," he said cryptically as he started back. "There are books here that make me doubt my sanity," he said, with a sullen flourish of an arm.
"Ah," Anne quipped as she followed along in his wake. "Verification at last." He halted and turned a glare on her.
"This is nothing to joke about."
Anne felt gooseflesh ripple up her arms. "Show me, then," she said in a serious tone. "What is it you found?" He shook his head, seeming to lose his momentary flash of ill humor. "I'm not even sure." His usual flamboyance was nowhere in evidence as he moved in among the tables he'd dragged together. His dark mood turned guarded. "I've been sorting the books." Anne wanted to hurry him along and get to the meat of his discovery, but she knew that when he was troubled, it was best to let Nathan explain things in his own way, especially when there was arcane speculation involved. "Sorting them?" He nodded. "These here in this pile don't appear to be of any real use to us. Most are prophecy long since outdated, contain only irrelevant records, or are in unknown languages, things like that." He turned and slapped a hand to the top of another stack. Dust boiled up. "These here are all books that we had back at the palace." He swept his hand back and forth in front of the stacks of books piled high on the table behind him. "All of them. This whole tableful." Her eyes wide, Anne glanced at the shelves and niches going back along the strange room. "There are a great many more books other than these you have here on the tables. This is only a fraction of them." "Indeed. I haven't had a chance to even begin to look at them all yet. I finally decided that I'd better send Tom off to find you. I wanted you to see what I've discovered. That, and there is a lot of reading to do. I've been pulling out one book at a time, checking through it, and placing it in one of the piles on these tables." Anne wondered how many books could still be viable, could still be usable, after thousands of years underground. She had found books before that had been ruined by the effects of time and the elements, especially mildew and water. She peered around, inspecting the walls and ceiling, but she saw no evidence of water leaking through. "At first glance, none of these books look to be damaged by water. How can this place underground be so dry? It would seem that water would seep in through the joints in the stone and make everything down here wet and moldy. I can hardly believe that the books appear to be in such good condition." "Appear being the operative word," Nathan said under his breath. She turned back to scowl at him. "What do you mean?" He waved a hand irritably. In a moment. The interesting thing is, the ceiling and walls are sheathed in lead to help keep out the water. The place also has a shield of magic around it for even more protection. The entrance, too, was shielded." "But the Bandakar people have no magic, and their land was sealed off. There was no one with magic to shield against." "That seal to their banished land finally failed, though," Nathan reminded her. "Yes, that's right, it did." Anne tapped a finger against her chin. "I wonder how that happened." Nathan shrugged. "How isn't so important for now, although I am concerned about it." He flipped a hand as if setting aside the issue. "For the moment, that it did is what's meaningful. Whoever put these books here wanted them hidden and protected, and they went to a great deal of trouble to ensure they remained that way. The ungifted people here wouldn't be hindered by shields. The weight of the stone monument would be an obstacle in and of itself, but they would have no reason to want to move it in the first place unless they had a good reason to believe something was under it. What would cause them to suspect such a thing? The fact that this place has remained undisturbed for thousands of years proves that they never realized that this place was down here. I believe that the shields were placed to ward any invaders who might eventually make it into Bandakar, like Jagang's men did." "That makes sense, I suppose," she murmured as she considered it, not really expecting that the seal to Bandakar would ever be breached. The shields were a simple act of precaution. "Or prophecy," Nathan added. Anne looked up. "There is that." It would take a wizard of Nathan's ability to breach such shields. Even Anne didn't have the ability necessary for some shields. She knew, too, that there were shields placed in ancient times
that could only be passed with the aid of subtractive magic. It's also possible that these books were simply placed here as a way of safekeeping such valuable works, in case anything happened to others of their kind.
You really think they would go to this much trouble to do such a thing? She asked.
Well, all the books at the Palace of the Prophets were lost, now weren't they? Books of prophecy are always at risk. Some have been destroyed, some have fallen into enemy hands, and some have simply disappeared. Places like this provide a backup for those other works, especially if prophecy foretells the need of such a contingency.
I guess you could be right. I have heard about rare finds of prophecy that had been secreted away to preserve them, or to keep innocent eyes from viewing them. She shook her head as her gaze scanned the room. Still, I've never heard of any find to approach the likes of this one. Nathan handed her a book. Its ancient red leather cover was faded nearly to brown. Even so, there was something familiar looking about it, about the faded, gilded ribs on the spine. She lifted the cover and the first blank page. My, Anne softly mused as she saw the title. The Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory. How very wonderful to hold this in my hands again. She closed the cover and clasped the book to her breast. It's like an old friend come back from the dead. The book had been one of her favorite volumes on forked prophecy. Because it was a pivotal volume that held valuable information about Richard, she had studied it and referred to it so often over the centuries, as she waited for him to be born, that she practically knew it by memory. She had been heartbroken that it had to be destroyed along with all the rest of the books in the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. There was still a great deal of information in it about the possibilities of what was yet to come. Nathan plucked another volume from a stack and waggled it before her as he arched an eyebrow. Precession and binary inversions. No, she snatched it from his hands. It can't be. None of the accounts could ever say for sure that the elusive volume had in fact ever really existed. Anne herself had hunted for it, at Nathan's request, whenever she traveled. She'd also had trusted sisters look for it whenever they went on a journey. There had been leads, but none of the clues ever resulted in anything but dead ends. She looked up at the tall prophet. Is this real? Many accounts deny that it ever really existed.
Missing according to some, a mere myth according to others. I read a little of it, and by the branches of prophecy it fills in, it can only be genuine or a brilliant fake. I'd have to study it further to tell which, but from what I've seen so far, I tend to believe it's genuine. Besides, what purpose would there be in hiding a fake? Fakes are generally created in order to exchange them for gold.
That was true enough. And here it was all the time, buried beneath the bones.
Along with what I suspect may be a great many other volumes that are just as valuable.
Anne clicked her tongue as she again gazed about at all the books, her sense of awe growing by the moment. Nathan, you've uncovered a treasure of incalculable value.
Perhaps, he said.
When she shot him a puzzled frown, he lifted a hefty tome off the top of another stack.
You won't even believe what this is. Here, open it and read the title yourself.
Anne reluctantly set down Precession and Binary Inversions in order to take the heavy book from Nathan. She set it on the table, too, and bent close. With great care, she lifted open the cover. She blinked, then straightened. Celeron's seventh task, she gaped at the prophet. But I thought there was only one copy and it was destroyed. One side of Nathan's mouth cocked with a quirky smile. He held up another book.
12 words left for reason. I found Destiny's twin as well.
He waggled a finger at a pile.
It's in there somewhere.
Anne's jaw worked for a moment until the words finally came. I thought we had lost those prophecies for all time. The odd smile still on his lips, he only watched her. She reached out and gripped his arm. "Could we be so fortunate that there really were copies made?" Nathan nodded, confirming her guess. The smile ghosted away. "Anne," he said as he handed her 12 words left for reason, "take a look through here and tell me what you think." Puzzled by the grim expression that had settled on his face, she placed the book in a clear spot and began carefully turning pages. The writing was a little faded, but no more so than any book its age. For as old as it was still in good condition and quite legible. 12 Words Left for Reason was a book containing 12 core prophecies and a number of ancillary branches. Those ancillary branches, when carefully cross-referenced, connected actual events to a number of other books of prophecy that were otherwise impossible to place chronologically. The 12 core prophecies actually weren't all that important. It was the ancillary branches that served to link other trunks and branches in the tree of prophecy that made 12 Words Left for Reason so invaluable. Chronology was often the most trying problem facing those working with prophecy. It was often impossible to tell if a prophecy was going to unfold the next day or the next century. Events were in a constant state of flux. The setting of prophecy in the context of time was essential, not just to know when a particular prophecy was to become viable, but because what was of overriding importance next year might be nothing more than an unimportant minor event if set in the environment of the year after. Unless they knew which year the prophecy took place, they didn't know if it foretold danger or simply a matter of note. Most prophets, when they set down their prophecy, left it up to those who would come later to fit it into its proper place in real-world events. There was no clear consensus on whether this had been done deliberately, through carelessness, or because the prophet, in the throes of having his visions, had never realized how important and difficult it would later be to chronologically place his vision. She had often observed with Nathan that a prophecy was so crystal clear to the prophet himself that he simply failed to comprehend how formidable a task it would be for others to read and fit into the puzzle of life. "Wait," Nathan said as she turned the pages. "Go back a page." Anne glanced up at him and then flipped the vellum back. "There," Nathan said, as he tapped a finger to the page. "Look here. There are several lines missing." Anne peered at the small gap in the writing, but didn't see what was so meaningful about it. Books often had spaces left blank for a wide variety of reasons. So, rather than answer, he rolled his hand, motioning for her to go on. She started flipping over the pages. Nathan thrust his hand in to stop her and tapped another blank spot so she would note it. He then urged her to continue. Anne noticed that the blank places became more frequent. Finally, she came to entire pages that were blank. Even that, though, was not unheard of. There were any number of books that simply ended in the middle. It was thought that the prophet who had been working on such books had most likely died, and those coming after didn't want to interfere with what a predecessor had done, or perhaps they wanted to work on branches of prophecy which were more interesting or relevant to them. 12 Words Left for Reason is one of the few books of prophecy that is chronological, he reminded her in a soft voice. She knew that, of course. That was what made the book such a valuable tool. She couldn't imagine, though, why he had felt it important to point it out. "Well," Anne said with a sigh as she reached the end, "it is odd, I suppose. What do you make of the blank places?" Rather than answer her directly, he handed her another book. "Subdivision of Burkett's Root. Take a look." Anne turned the pages of yet another priceless find, looking for something out of the ordinary. She came across 3 blank pages, followed by more prophecy. She was growing impatient with Nathan's game. "What am I supposed to see?" Nathan was a moment in answering. When he finally did, his voice had that quality about it that tended to run shivers up her spine. "Anne, we had that book down in the vaults." She was still not following what was obviously of critical importance to him. "Yes, we did. I remember it quite well."
The copy we had didn't have those blank pages.
She frowned and then turned back to the book. She leafed through the pages again until she found the empty spot. "Well," she said as she studied the place where the prophecy ended and then where an entirely new branch of prophecy resumed after the empty pages, "maybe whoever made this copy, for some reason, decided not to include some of it. Perhaps they had sound reason to believe that the particular branch had been a dead end, and rather than include dead wood in the tree of prophecy, they simply left it out. Such pruning is not uncommon. Then, because they didn't want to make it appear they were trying to deceive anyone, they went ahead and left the appropriate space blank to denote the deletion." She looked up. The prophet's azure eyes were fixed on her. Anne felt sweat trickle down between her shoulder blades.
"Take a look at the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory," he said, in a quiet voice, without taking his penetrating gaze from her. Anne broke contact with that gaze and pulled the copy of the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory close. She flipped through the pages as she had done with the previous book, if a little faster. There were blank pages, only more of them. She shrugged. "Not a very accurate copy, I'd say." Nathan impatiently reached in with a long arm and turned the stack of pages back to the front. There, on a page at the beginning, all alone, was the author's mark. "Dear Creator," Anne whispered when she saw the little symbol. It still glimmered with the magic the author had invested in his mark. She felt goosebumps tingle up from her toes. "This isn't a copy, it's the original." "That's right. If you recall, the one we had in the vaults was a copy." "Yes, I remember that ours was a copy." She had assumed this one as well had been one of a number of copies. Many of the books of prophecy were copies, but that didn't diminish their value. They were checked and marked by respected scholars who then left their own mark to vouch for the copy's accuracy. A book of prophecy was valued for the precision and veracity of its content, not because it was the original. It was the prophecy itself that was valuable, not the hand that had set it down. Still, to see the original of a book she loved as much as she loved this particular volume was a memorable experience. This was the actual book, written in the hand of the prophet who had given these precious prophecies. "Nathan, what can I say? This is a personal delight for me. You know how much this book means to me." Nathan took a patient breath. "And the blank pages?" Anne shrugged with one shoulder. "I don't know. I'm not really prepared to venture a guess. What are you getting at?" "Look at the place where the blanks fit into the text." Anne turned her attention back to the book. She read a little of the text before one of the blank areas, then read some of what followed. It was a prophecy about Richard. She randomly picked another blank place, reading before the blank area and after. It was another section about Richard. "It would seem," she said as she studied a third place, "that the blanks appear in places where it talks about Richard." Nathan was getting more edgy-looking by the moment. "That's only because most of the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory is about Richard. That pattern of blank pages associated with him doesn't hold true when you start looking at the other books." Anne lifted her arms and let them fall to her sides. "Then I give up. I don't see what you see." "It's what we're not seeing. It's the blank places that are the problem." "What makes you say that?" "Because," he said with a little more force in his voice, "there is something quite odd about those blank sections." Anne pushed a stray wisp of gray hair back into the bun she always wore at the back of her head. She was becoming frazzled. "Like what?" "You tell me," he said. "I would bet that you could practically quote the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory." Anne shrugged. "Perhaps." "Well, I can quote it. The copy we had back in the vaults, anyway. I went through this book, testing it against my memory." For some reason, Anne's stomach was churning with anxiety. She began to dread that the copy they had back in the vaults at the palace might have had fraudulent prophecy filling in what the original author had left blank.
That was almost too overwhelming a deception to contemplate. "And what did you discover?" she asked. "That I can quote this original exactly, no more, no less." Anne sighed in relief. "Nathan, that's wonderful. That means that our copy wasn't filled with fabricated prophecy. Why would you be troubled because you can't remember blank places? They are blank. There is nothing there. There is nothing to remember." "The copy we had back at the palace didn't have any blank places." Anne blinked as she thought back. "No, it didn't. I remember it well." She offered the prophet a warm smile. "But don't you see, if you can quote this one no more or no less, and you learned it from our copy, then that means that whoever made the copy simply pulled the text together, rather than include the meaningless blank places left by the original prophet. The prophet probably left blank places as a provision in case he had any further visions about the prophecies, and he needed to add to what he had already written. Apparently he never had that need, so the blanks remain." "I know that there were more pages in our copy." "I'm not following you, then." This time it was Nathan who threw up his hands. "Anne, don't you see? Here, look at the book." He turned it toward her. "Look at this next to last branch of prophecy. It's one page and then 6 blank pages. Do you remember any branch of prophecy in our copy of the Glendhill Book of Deviation Theory that was only 1 page? No. None were this short. They were too complex. You know that there is more to the prophecy. I know there is more to the prophecy, but my mind is as blank as these pages. What was there is not only missing from the book, but it's missing from my mind as well. Unless you can quote me the rest of the prophecy that you know should be there, then it's missing from your mind as well." "Nathan, that's just not... I mean, I don't see how..." Anne sputtered in confusion. "Here," he said as he snatched a book from behind him. "Collected Origins. You must remember this." Anne reverently lifted the book from his hands. "Oh, Nathan, of course I remember it. How could one forget such a short but beautiful book?" Collected Origins was an exceedingly rare prophecy in that it was written entirely in story form. Anne loved the story. She had a soft spot for romance, although she never admitted it to anyone, since this tale of romance was actually a prophecy. That made it an official requirement that she be familiar with it. She smiled as she lifted open the cover of the small book. The pages were blank. All of them. "Tell me," Nathan said in that quietly commanding, deep rawl voice, "what is Collected Origins about?" Anne opened her mouth, but no words would come forth. "Tell me, then," Nathan went on in that quietly powerful voice of his that seemed as if it could crack stone, "a single line of this beloved volume. Tell me who it is about. Tell me how it started, how it ended, or anything in the middle." Her mind was stark, naked blank. As she stared up into Nathan's cutting gaze, he leaned a little closer. "Tell me one single thing you remember from this book." "Nathan," she finally managed to whisper, her own eyes wide, "you often used to keep this book in your rooms. You know it better than I do. What do you remember about Collected Origins?" "Not one thing." Chapter 12. Anne swallowed. "Nathan, how can we both not remember a book we love as much as we do this one? And why is it that the specific parts we both don't remember correspond to the blank spots?" "Now that is a very good question." An idea suddenly hit her. She gasped in a breath. "A spell. It has to be that these books were spelled." Nathan made a face. "What?" "Many books are spelled to protect the information. I've not encountered it with a book of prophecy, but it's common enough in books of instruction on magic. This place was designed with the intent of concealment. Perhaps that's what is happening with the information protected here." Such a spell would be activated when anyone but the right person with the required power opened it.
Spells of that nature were sometimes even keyed to specific individuals. The usual method of protection, if the wrong person saw the book, was to erase from their memory everything they'd seen in it. They would see it, and at the same time forget it. The effect in one's mind was to blank out the text. Nathan didn't answer, but his scowl softened as he considered her idea. She could tell by his expression that he doubted her theory was the answer, but he apparently didn't want to argue the point just then, probably because he had something more important that he wanted to go on to. Sure enough, he tapped a finger on top of a small stack of books standing all by themselves. "These books," he said, with a weighty undertone, "are predominantly about Richard. I've never seen most of them before. I find that alarming, that such books would be hidden away in a place like this. Most have extensive stretches of blank pages." For that many books of prophecy, especially about Richard, not to have been at the palace of the prophets was indeed alarming. For 5 centuries, she had scoured the world for copies of any book she could find that contained anything at all about Richard. Anne scratched an eyebrow as she considered the implications. "Were you able to learn anything?" Nathan picked up the volume on the top and flipped the book open. "Well, for one thing, this symbol here troubles me greatly. It's an exceedingly rare form of prophecy, undertaken while the prophet was under siege by a storm of revelation. Such graphic prophecies are drawn in the heat of a powerful vision, when writing would take too long and interrupt the rush of what is rampaging through his mind." Anne was only vaguely aware of such representational prophecy. She recalled a few from the vaults at the palace. Nathan had never before mentioned to her what they had been, and no one else had known. Yet another of Nathan's little 1,000-year-old secrets. She bent close and studied the intricate drawing that took for itself most of the page. There were no straight lines in it at all, only curved swirls and arcs that eddied all around in a circular design that somehow seemed almost alive. Here and there, the pen had dug violently into the surface of the vellum, plowing up parallel rows of fibers where the 2 halves of the pen's point had spread under the pressure. Anne lifted the book closer to a candle and carefully examined a curious place that was particularly rough. She saw in the ancient dried bed of an inky pool a fine pointed sliver of metal. One side of the pen's point had broken off where it had been stabbed into the page. It was still embedded there. Right after, the cleaner marks of a fresh pen began anew, although they were no less forceful. Nothing in the ink drawing represented any identifiable subject. It appeared to be completely non-objective, and yet it was for some reason so gravely disturbing that it made her hackles lift. It seemed as if the drawing was almost recognizable, but its meaning was just outside of her conscious awareness. "What is it?" She laid the book on the table, open to the drawing. "What does it mean?" Nathan stroked a finger along his strong jaw. "It's rather hard to explain. There are no precise words to describe what comes as a picture in my mind when I view it." "Do you think," Anne asked with exaggerated patience as she clasped her hands, "that you could make an effort to describe to me as best you can the picture in your mind?" Nathan viewed her askance. "The only words I can think of that fit are, 'The beast comes.'" "The beast?" "Yes. I don't know what the impression means. The prophecy is partially cloaked, either deliberately or perhaps because it's meant to represent something I've never encountered before, or maybe even because it's linked to the blank pages, and without their associated text, the drawing won't fully come to life for me." "What is it that this beast is coming to do?" Nathan flipped the cover closed so that she could see the title, "A Pebble in the Pond." Cold sweat broke out across her brow. "The symbol is a graphic warning," he said. Prophecy often referred to Richard as the pebble in the pond. The text of such a volume would probably be of incalculable value, if only it weren't missing.
You mean it's a warning for Richard that some kind of beast is coming?
Nathan nodded. That's about as much as I can get from this. That and a vague impression of the ghastly aura around the thing.
Around the beast?
Yes. The supporting text preceding the drawing would have been critical to understanding it better, to being able to comprehend the nature of this beast, but that text is missing. The branches after are blank as well, so there is no way to place the warning contextually or chronologically. For all I know, it could be something he has already faced and defeated, or something that in his old age might defeat him. Without at least some of the supporting prophecy or a context, there simply isn't any way to tell. Chronology was vital to understanding prophecy, but just from the dread that she felt when viewing the drawing, Anne didn't believe it was anything Richard had yet faced.
Perhaps it's meant as a metaphor. Jagang's army behaves like a beast, and they could certainly be described as ghastly. They slaughter everything in their path. For free people, and for Richard especially, the Imperial Order is a beast coming to destroy them and everything they hold dear.
Nathan shrugged. That very well could be the explanation. I just don't know. He paused a moment before he went on. There is one more disturbing bit of oblique counsel to be found, not only in this book, but in several of the other books. He cast a meaningful look her way. Books that I've never seen before. For a whole variety of reasons, Anne, too, found it disturbing to learn that there were all these books hidden in such a strange underground graveyard room. Nathan gestured again to the books stacked all over the 4 large tables. While there certainly are copies of a number of books we've seen, and I've showed those to you, most of these books are new to me. For any library to deviate to this degree from the classic masterworks is unprecedented. Each library has its own unique volumes, to be sure, but this place is like another world altogether. Nearly every volume in here is an astonishing discovery. Anne's caution awakened. She had the uncanny feeling that Nathan had at last arrived at the core of the labyrinth through which his mind traveled. One thing he had just said loomed in the back of her mind.
Counsel? She frowned suspiciously. What sort of counsel?
It advises the reader that if their interest is not of a general nature, but they instead have cause to seek more extensive and specific knowledge on the subjects therein, then they should consult the pertinent volumes kept with the bones.
Anne's brow drew even tighter. Kept with the bones?
Yes, it referred to these caches as central sites.
Nathan leaned close again, like a washwoman with a load of dirty gossip.
The central sites are mentioned in a number of places, but I've so far only been able to find where one of these sites was named. The catacombs beneath the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets.
Anne's jaw fell open. Catacombs? That's preposterous. There was no such place beneath the Palace of the Prophets.
None we knew of, Nathan said in a grave tone. That doesn't mean it didn't exist.
But, Anne stammered, that's just not possible. It's just not. Such a thing could not have gone unnoticed. In all that time sisters lived there, we would have known.
Nathan shrugged. In all this time, no one knew of this place here beneath the bones.
But no one lived right above here.
What if the presence of catacombs beneath the palace was not common knowledge? After all, we know little of the wizards of that time, and not a great deal about the specific people involved in the construction of the Palace of the Prophets. It could be that they had reason to conceal such a place, just as this place was concealed.
Nathan arched an eyebrow.
What if part of the purpose of the palace, the training of young wizards, was part of an elaborate ruse to hide the existence of such a secret site?
Anne could feel her face going red. Are you suggesting that our calling was meaningless? How dare you even suggest that all our lives have been devoted to nothing more than a deception, and that the lives of those with the gift would not have been spared had we not...
I'm not suggesting anything of the kind. I'm not saying the sisters were being duped or that what they did didn't spare the lives of boys with the gift and help preserve it. I'm only saying that these books suggest that there may have been more to it. What if there was not only the intent to have a place for the sisters to practice their useful calling, but there was in part a grander purpose behind the place where they practiced that calling? After all, think of the graveyard above us. It has a valid reason to exist, but it also conveniently provides a shroud to hide this place. Perhaps such catacombs were deliberately covered over thousands of years ago with the intent of hiding them. If so, then by design we would never be aware of their existence. If it was a secret cache, there wouldn't have been any records of it. From the impression I got from the references in these books, I have reason to believe that there were at one time books that were considered so disturbing, and in some cases containing spells so dangerous, that it was decided that they had to be confined to a few hidden central sites as a precaution, so that they didn't end up in circulation, where they would be copied, as is the practice with most prophecy. What better way to restrict access? Since these references speak of the books kept with the bones, I suspect that these other central sites may be catacombs, like the one said to be beneath the palace of the prophets. Anne slowly shook her head as she tried to take it all in, as she tried to imagine if there was any possibility that it could be true. She looked again at the table with the stacks of books that were mostly about Richard, and which they had never seen before. Anne gestured. "And these here?" "What is there I almost wish I'd not read." Anne clutched his sleeve. "Why? What did you read?" He seemed to catch himself. He waved a dismissal, smiled briefly, and changed the subject. "What I find the most troubling about the blank places in the books is their common thread. While not all of the missing text is in prophecy about Richard, I have determined that they all do have one thing in common." "And what would that be?" Nathan held up a finger to emphasize his point. "Every one of the missing portions are in prophecies that pertain to a time after Richard was born. None of the prophecies that belong to a time before Richard's birth or thereabouts have copy missing." Anne carefully clasped her hands together as she considered the mystery and how to solve the puzzle. "Well," she said at last, "there is one thing we could check. I could have Verna send a messenger to the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill. Zed is there protecting the place so that it can't fall into Jagang's hands. We could have Verna send a messenger and ask that Zed check specific places in his copies of books we have here and see if they are missing the same text." "That's a good idea," Nathan said. "With the extent of the libraries at the Keep, he's bound to have a number of the classic books on prophecy that we recognize and have here." Nathan's face brightened. "As a matter of fact, it would be even better if we could have Verna send someone to the People's Palace in Dahara. While I was there, I spent a lot of time in the palace libraries. I clearly remember seeing copies of a number of these books. If we had someone check them, that would tell us if the books here are spelled, as you suggested, and the problem is confined to these editions, or if it's some kind of wider phenomenon. We need to have Verna send someone to the People's Palace at once." "That should be easy enough. Verna is just about to depart for the south. On their way, they will no doubt be traveling near the People's Palace." Nathan frowned down at her. "You heard from Verna? And she said she is heading south? Why?" Anne's mood sank. "I received a message from her earlier tonight, just before I came here." "And what did our young prelate have to say? Why is she traveling south?" In resignation, Anne let out a deep sigh. "I'm afraid the news is not the best. She said that Jagang has split his army. He is taking part of his horde down around the mountains in order to sweep up into Dahara from the south. Verna is leaving with a large contingent of the Daharan forces to eventually stand and face the Order's army." The blood drained from Nathan's face. "What did you say?" he whispered. Anne puzzled at his wide-eyed look. "You mean that Jagang split his army?" She didn't think it was possible.
but the prophet's face went even more ashen.
"Dear spirits, preserve us," he whispered. "It's too soon. We're not ready."
Anne felt a tingling dread start at her toes and begin working its way up her legs. Her thighs prickled with goose flesh. "Nathan, what are you talking about? What's wrong?" He turned and frantically searched the spines of the books stacked all over the tables. He finally found what he wanted in the middle of a pile and yanked it out, letting the rest of the stack topple over. He hurriedly leafed through the book, muttering to himself as he searched. "Here it is," he said, as he pressed a finger to a page. "There are any number of prophecies down here that I've found in books I've never seen before. These prophecies surrounding the final battle are veiled to me. I cannot see them in visions, but the words are frightening enough. This one sums them up as clearly as any." He bent close, and in the candlelight read to her from the book. "In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering, under the banner of both mankind and the light, finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened, and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Fuer Grisa Ost Drauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow." Fuer Grisa Ost Drauka was one of the prophetic names for Richard. It was from a well-known prophecy in the ancient language of High Daharan. Its translation was, "the bringer of death." To hear call him by that name in this prophecy was a means of linking the two prophecies in a conjugate fork. "If the cicadas should come this year," Nathan said, "then that will verify that this prophecy is not just authentic but active." Anne's knees felt weak. "The cicadas began to emerge today." Nathan stared down at her like the Creator himself pronouncing judgment. "Then the chronology is fixed. The prophecies have all tumbled into place. Events are marked. The end is upon us." "Dear Creator, protect us," Anne whispered. Nathan slipped the book into his pocket. "We must get to Richard." She was already nodding. "Yes, you're right. There is no time to lose." Nathan glanced about. "We certainly can't take all these books with us, and there is no time to read them. We must seal this place back up like it was and leave immediately." Before Anne could add her agreement, Nathan swept out an arm. The candles all extinguished. Only the lantern on the corner of one of the tables remained lit. On his way past, he swept it up in his big hand. "Come on," he said. Anne scurried to catch up with him, trying to stay in the small circle of light now that the odd room had been plunged into darkness. "Are you sure that we shouldn't take any of these books?" The prophet rushed into the narrow stairwell, the light funneling in with him. "We can't be slowed down to carry them. Besides, which would we take?" He paused momentarily to look back over his shoulder. His face was all angles and sharp lines in the harsh lantern light. "We already know what prophecy says, and now for the first time we know the chronology. We must get to Richard. He has to be there at the battle when the armies clash, or all will be lost." "Yes, and we will have to make sure that he is there to complete the word of prophecy." "We are in agreement then," he said, as he turned and rushed onward up the stairs. The tunneled stairwell was so narrow and low that he had trouble making his way up. At the top, they burst out into the night to the shrill, buzzing song of the cicadas. Nathan called out for Tom and Jensen. The trees gently swayed in the humid breeze as they waited for an answer. It seemed an eternity, but it was really only a moment before both Tom and Jensen came running out of the darkness. "What is it?" Jensen asked breathlessly. The dark shadow of Tom towered at her side. "Is there trouble?" "Grave trouble," Nathan confirmed. Anne thought that he might be a little more discreet about it, but as serious as the situation was, discretion probably was pointless. He pulled the book he had taken from the library out of his pocket. He opened it to a blank page where prophecy was missing.
"Tell me what this says,"
he commanded, holding it out to Jensen. She frowned at him. "What it says? Nathan, it's blank." He grumbled his discontent.
"That means subtractive was somehow involved. Subtractive is underworld magic, the power of death, so it affects her the same as us."
Nathan turned back to Jensen.
"We have found prophecy that pertains to Richard. We must find him, or Jagang will win the war."
Jensen gasped. Tom let out a low whistle.
"Do you know where he is?" Nathan asked.
Without hesitation, Tom turned a little and lifted an arm to point off into the night. His bond told him what their gift could not.
"He is that way. Not a great distance, but not close either."
Anne peered into the darkness. "We'll have to get our things together and be on our way at first light."
"He's on the move," Tom said. "I doubt you will find him there in that spot by the time you get there."
Nathan cursed under his breath.
"There's no telling where that boy is heading."
"I'd guess that he is headed back to Al-Turang," Anne said.
"Yes, but what if he doesn't stay there?"
He laid a hand on Tom's shoulder.
"We will need you to come with us. You are one of the covert protectors to the Lord Rahl. This is important."
Anne saw Tom's hand gripped tightly around the knife at his belt. The silver hilt of that knife was emblazoned with the ornate letter R, standing for the House of Rahl. It was a rare knife carried by rare individuals who worked unseen to protect the life of the Lord Rahl.
"Of course," Tom said.
"I'll come as well," Jensen added in a rush. "I only have to get—"
"No," Nathan said, silencing her. "We need you to stay here."
"Why?" "Because," Anne said in a more sympathetic tone than Nathan had used, "you are Richard's link with these people. They are in need of help in understanding the wider world only just opened to them. They are vulnerable to the Imperial Order and vulnerable to being used against us. They have only just had the choice to be part of our cause and part of the Daharan Empire. Richard needs you to be here for now, and right now Tom's place is with us and his duty to Richard." With panic in her eyes, she looked to Tom. "But I—"
"Jensen," Nathan said, his arm encircling her shoulders. "Look there."
He pointed down the stairwell.
"You know what's down there. If anything happens to us, Richard may need to know as well. You must be here to guard this place for him. This is important, just as important as Tom coming with us. We're not trying to spare you danger. This may in fact be more dangerous than going with us."
Jensen looked from Nathan's eyes to Anne's and reluctantly recognized how serious the situation was. "If you think Richard might need me here, then I must stay." Anne touched her fingertips to the underside of the young woman's chin. "Thank you, child, for understanding the importance of this."
"We must close this place up like it was when I found it," Nathan said, swirling his arms with his urgency. "I'll show you the mechanism and how to make it function. Then we must get back to town and gather our things. We will only be able to snatch a few hours' sleep before sunrise, but it can't be helped."
"It's a long walk out of Bandakar," Tom said. "After we're over the mountain pass, we'll have to find some horses if we're to catch Lord Rahl."
"It's decided then," the prophet said. "Let's get this tomb closed back up and be on our way."
Anne frowned. "Nathan, this cache of books has been hidden under this gravestone for thousands of years. In all that time, no one has ever discovered it was there. Just how did you manage to find it?"
Nathan lifted an eyebrow. "Actually, I didn't think it was all that difficult."
He stepped around to the front of the huge stone monument and waited for Anne to come closer. Once she had, he held up his lantern. There, carved into the face of the ancient stone, were but two words: Nathan Rahl. Chapter 13. It was late afternoon by the time Victor, Nietzsche, Kara, and Richard passed through the long shadows among the olive groves covering the southern hills outside of Al-Turang. Richard had never eased the pace, and they were all tired from the arduous, if relatively short, journey. The chill rain had moved on, pushed away by the oppressive weight of heat and humidity. With as much as they were all sweating, it might as well have still been raining. Even though he was bone-weary, Richard felt better than he had only a couple of days before. Despite the exertion, his strength was gradually returning. He was also relieved that they had seen no sign of the beast. Several times he had let the others go on while he checked their back trail to see if they were being followed. He had never seen any sign of anyone or anything following behind them, and so he was starting to breathe a little easier. He also had to consider the possibility that Nietzsche's information about Jagang creating such a monster was not the explanation for what had killed Victor's men. Even if, as Nietzsche said, Jagang had succeeded in creating such a beast, that didn't mean that it was the explanation for the violent and deadly attack, or even that this beast had yet begun to hunt Richard. But if that wasn't it, then he couldn't even begin to imagine what it could have been. Carts, wagons, and people moved at a brisk pace along the crowded roads around the city. Commerce seemed to be flourishing even more than the last time Richard had been in Al-Tuarang. Some of the people recognized Victor, and some Nietzsche. Since the revolt, both of them had played important roles in Al-Tuarang. A good number of the people recognized Richard, either because they had been there the night the revolution for their liberty had begun, or because they recognized his sword. It was a unique weapon, and the polished silver and gold scabbard was hard to miss, especially in the old world under the drab rule of the order. People smiled at the four of them as they passed, or tipped a hat, or gave them a friendly nod. Kara eyed every passing smile with suspicion. Richard would have been pleased to see the emerging vitality in Al-Tuarang had his mind not been on things far more important to him. And to deal with those important matters, he needed horses. Since it was so late in the day, it would be dark before he could hope to have horses and supplies collected and ready for a journey. He was reluctantly reconciled to spending the night in Al-Tuarang. Many of the people on the bustling country lanes and roads around the city seemed to be traveling to and from nearby towns, or possibly even places much farther. Whereas people once came to the city in the desperate hope of finding work at building the emperor's palace, they now arrived filled with optimism that they would be able to find a new life, a free life. Every one of the people traveling away from the city, besides carrying goods for trade, also carried word of the profound changes since the revolt. They were an army carrying the bright shining weapon of an idea. In Al-Tuarang, they no longer had to mold their lives around their fear of the order. They could now shape their lives to their own needs and aspirations made possible by personal liberty and their own enterprise. They owed their lives to no one. Swords could enforce tyranny, but only if it relentlessly crushed such ideas. Ultimately, only brutality could enforce the irrationality and dead end of self-sacrifice. That was why the order would have to send its most savage troops to crush the very idea of liberty. If they didn't, then liberty would spread and people would prosper. If that came to be, then liberty would triumph. Richard noticed that new market stands seemed to have sprung up at junctions of what had once been little more than rutted paths and lanes, but were now active byways. The stands sold goods of every sort, from a variety of vegetables to stacks of firewood to rows of jewelry. Merchants at the outskirts of the city eagerly offered travelers a variety of cheeses, sausages, and breads. Closer to the city, people milled about, scrutinizing bolts of cloth or inspecting the quality of an array of leather goods. Richard remembered how, when Nietzsche had first brought him to Al-Tuarang, they'd had to stand in lines all day for a loaf of bread, and often the store would run out before they ever got anywhere near the front of the line. So that everyone could afford bread, bakeries had been strictly regulated, and prices had been fixed by a whole variety of committees, boards, and layers of ordinances. No consideration was given to the cost of ingredients or labor, only to what was judged to be the price people could afford to pay. The price of bread had seemed cheap, but there was never enough bread, nor any other foodstuff. Richard considered it a perversion of logic to call something unavailable inexpensive. Laws that the hungry be fed had only resulted in widespread hunger haunting the streets and dark homes of the city. The true cost of the altruistic ideas that spawned such laws was starvation and death. Those who championed the lofty notions of the order were indignantly blind to the endless misery and death they caused. Now, at stands on almost every corner, bread was plentiful, and starvation looked to have receded into nothing more than a horrific memory. It was amazing to see how freedom had made everything so plentiful. It was amazing to see so many people in Al-Tur-Rang smiling. The revolt had been opposed by a good number of people who supported the imperial order, who wanted things to continue the way they were. There were many who believed that people were wicked and deserved no more out of their lives than misery. Such people believed that happiness and accomplishment were sinful, that individuals on their own could not make their own lives better without causing harm to others. Such people scorned the very idea of individual liberty. For the most part, those people had been defeated, either killed in the fighting or driven away. Those who had fought for and won their liberty had fierce reasons to value it. Richard hoped that they would have the will to hang on to what they had won. As they passed into the older sections of the city, he noticed that many of the dingy brick buildings had been cleaned so that they almost looked new. Shutters were painted bright colors that actually looked cheerful in the hazy late afternoon sun. A number of the buildings that had been burned down in the revolt were already being rebuilt. Richard thought it a wonder, after the way it used to be, that Al-Tur-Rang could look cheerful. It gave him a flutter of excitement to see a place so alive. He knew, too, that it was the simple, sincere happiness of people pursuing their own interests and living their lives for the sake of themselves that would draw the hate and wrath of some. The followers of the order believed that mankind was inherently evil. Such people would stop at nothing to suffocate the blasphemy of happiness. As they turned onto a broader street that led deeper into the city, Victor came to a stop at a corner of major thoroughfares.
I need to go see Ferran's family and the families of some of the other men. If it's all right with you, Richard, I think I should speak with them alone, for now at least. The grief of sudden loss and important visitors are a confusing mix.
Richard felt awkward being viewed as an important visitor, especially to people who had just lost loved ones, but in the midst of such bad news, it was not the time for him to try to soften that view.
I understand, Victor. But I was hoping that maybe later you could say some words to them. It would be a comfort if you told them how brave their men had been. Your words would honor their loved ones.
I'll do my best.
There are others who will need to know that I've returned. They will be eager to see you.
Richard gestured to Kara and Nietzsche. I want to show them something. He pointed toward the center of the city. Down this way.
You mean Liberty Square?
Richard nodded.
Then I will meet you there as soon as I can manage it.
Richard briefly watched as Victor vanished down a narrow, cobbled street to the right. What do you want to show us? Kara asked. Something that I'm hoping may help jog your memory. The first sight of the majestic statue carved from the finest white Cavatura marble, glowing in the amber light of the late-day sun, nearly buckled Richard's knees. He knew every intimate curve of the figure, every fold of the flowing robes. He knew because he had carved the original. Richard, Nietzsche said as she clasped his arm, are you all right? He could manage hardly more than a whisper as he stared at the statue off across the green sweep of lawns. I'm fine. The vast, open expanse had been the site of the construction of the former palace that was to be the seat of rule for the imperial order. It had been where Nietzsche had brought Richard to toil for the greater glory of the cause of the order in the hope that he would learn the importance of self-sacrifice and the corrupt nature of mankind. Instead, in the process, she had learned the value of life. But while he'd still been Nietzsche's captive, he had worked for months in the construction of the Emperor's palace. That palace was gone now, erased from the face of the ground. Only a semicircle of columns from the main entrance remained to stand watch around the proud statue in white marble that marked the place where the flame of freedom had first ignited in the heart of darkness. After the revolt against the rule of the order, the statue had been carved and dedicated to the free people of Al-Turang and the memory of those who had given their lives for that freedom. This place, where people had first spilled blood to gain their liberty, was now hallowed ground. Victor had named the place Liberty Square. Lit by the warm light of the low sun, the statue shone like a beacon. "What do you two see?" Richard asked. Kara, too, had a hand on his arm.
"Lord Rahl, it's the same statue we saw the last time we were here."
Nietzsche nodded her agreement.
"The statue that the carvers created after the revolt."
The sight of the statue made Richard ache. The femininity of its exquisite shape, the curves, the bone and muscle, were clearly evident beneath the flowing robes of stone. The woman in marble almost looked alive. "And where did the carvers get the model for this statue?" Richard asked the two women. Both gave him a blank look. With a hooked finger, Nietzsche pulled back a strand of hair that the humid breeze had lifted across her face.
"What do you mean?"
To carve such a statue, expert carvers typically scale it up from a model. What do you recall about that model?
"Yes," Kara said as her face brightened in recollection. "It was something you carved."
"That's right," he said to Kara. "You and I searched together for the wood for the small statue. You were the one who found the walnut tree I used. It had been growing on a slope just above a broad valley. The tree had been knocked over by a wind-blown spruce. You were there when I cut the wood from that fallen, weathered walnut tree. You were there when I carved that small statue. We sat together on the banks of the stream and talked the hours away as I worked on it."
"Yes, I remember you carving while we sat in the countryside."
A hint of a smile ghosted across Kara's face.
"What of it?"
"We were at the home I built in the mountains. Why were we there?" Kara looked up at him, puzzled by the question, as if it seemed too obvious to warrant the effort of retelling.
"After the people of Anderith voted to side with the Imperial Order, rather than with you and Dahara, you gave up on trying to lead people against the Order. You said that you couldn't force people to want to be free, but that they must choose it for themselves before you could lead them."
It was difficult for Richard to calmly tell things to a woman who should know them as well as he did, but he knew that reproach wouldn't help to spark her memory. Besides, whatever was going on, he knew it wasn't a willful deception on the part of Nietzsche and Kara. "That was part of it," he said. "But there was a much more important reason why we were there in those trackless mountains."
"A more important reason?"
Kaelin had been beaten nearly to death. I took her there so that she would be safe while she recovered. You and I spent months caring for her, trying to nurse her back to health. But she wasn't getting better. She sank into a deep despondency. She had despaired of ever recovering, of ever being whole again. He couldn't bring himself to say that part of the reason Kaelin had nearly given up was because when those men had beaten her nearly to death, it had caused her to lose her child.
"And so you carved this statue of her?"
Kara asked. "Not exactly." He stared off at the proud figure in white stone rising up against the deep blue sky. He had not intended the little statue he'd carved to look like Kaelin. Through this figure, her robes flowing as she faced into a wind, as she stood with her head thrown back, her chest out, her hands fisted at her sides, her back arched and strong, as if in opposition to an invisible power trying to subdue her, Richard had conveyed not what Kaelin looked like, but rather a sense of her inner nature. This was not a statue of Kaelin, but of her living force, her soul. The magnificent statue before them was her spirit encased in stone.
It's Kalen's courage, her heart, her valor, her determination. That's why I named this statue Spirit. When she saw it, she understood what she was seeing. It made her hunger to be well again, to be strong and independent again. It made her want to be fully alive again. That was when she started to get well. Both women looked more than simply dubious, but they didn't dispute his story. "The thing is," Richard said, as he started out across the broad stretch of grass, "if you were to ask the men who carved this statue where that small statue is, that statue I carved and which they used as a model to scale up this one, they would not be able to find it or tell you what happened to it." Nietzsche hurried to keep up with him. "So where is it, then?" "That little statue I carved for her out of walnut wood that summer in the mountains meant a great deal to Kalen. She was eager to have it back after the men were finished using it. Kalen has it." Nietzsche let out a sigh as she returned her gaze to where she was walking. "Of course she does." He frowned over at the sorceress. "And what does that mean?" "Richard, when a person is suffering delirium, their mind works to come up with things to fill in the blank places, to knit together the tattered fabric of that delirium. It's a way for them to try to make sense out of their confusion." "Then where is the statue?" he asked both women. Kara shrugged. "I don't know. I don't remember what happened to it. There is this big one now in marble. That's the one that seems important." "I don't know either, Richard," Nietzsche said when he looked her way. "Maybe if the carvers look around, they will be able to come up with it." It seemed like she was missing the purpose of his story, and that they only thought that he was interested in finding his carving. "No, they won't be able to come up with it. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Kalen has it. I remember her pleasure the day she got it back. Don't you see? No one will be able to find it or remember what happened to it. Don't you see how things don't fit? Don't you see that something strange is going on? Don't you see that something is wrong?" They paused at the base of the broad expanse of steps. "The truth? Not really." Nietzsche gestured up at the statue standing before the semicircle of pillars. "After this statue was finally finished and the model was no longer needed, it was probably lost or destroyed. As Kara said, we now have the statue here in stone." "But don't you see the importance of the small carving? Don't you see the importance of what I'm telling you? I remember what happened to it, but no one else will. I'm trying to prove a point, to show you something, to show you that I'm not dreaming up Kalen, to show you that things just don't add up, and you need to believe me." Nietzsche slipped a thumb under the strap of her pack in an effort to ease the ache caused by the burden of its weight. "Richard, your subconscious mind in all likelihood recalls what happened to the carving, that it was lost or destroyed after this statue was finished. And so it uses that small detail to try to patch in one of the holes in the insubstantial story you dreamed up in your delirium. It's just your inner mind trying to make things seem like it all makes sense for you." So that was it. It wasn't that they didn't get his point. It was that they got it all too well and simply didn't believe it. Richard took a deep breath. He still hoped to be able to convince them that they were the ones who were mistaken, who weren't taking everything into account. "But why would I invent such a story?" "Richard," Nietzsche said as she gently gripped his arm, "please, let's just drop it. I've said enough. I'm only making you angry." "I asked you a question. What possible reason would I have for creating such a story?" Nietzsche cast a sidelong glance at Kara before finally giving in. "If you want to know the truth, Richard, I think you recalled this statue here, partly because it was only recently carved after the revolt, and it was fresh in your memory. And when you were hurt, when you were at the brink of death, because this was fresh in your mind, you wove it into your dream. It became part of this woman you dreamed up, part of the story. You linked it all together and used it to help create something meaningful for yourself,
something you could hang on to. Your mind used this statue because it serves to connect your dream to something in the real world. In that way, it serves to help make your dream more real for you.
What?
Richard was stunned.
Why would...
Because, Nietzsche said, fists at her sides, it makes it look as if you can point to something solid in the real world and say, this is her. Richard blinked, unable to speak. Nietzsche glanced away. Her voice lost its heat and dropped to a near whisper. Forgive me, Richard. He withdrew his glare from her. How could he forgive her for what she sincerely believed? How could he forgive himself for not being able to make her understand? Fearing to test his voice just then, he started up the expanse of steps. He couldn't look into her eyes, couldn't look into the eyes of someone who thought he was mad. He was hardly aware of the effort of climbing the hill of steps. Page 146. At the top, as he crossed the expansive marble platform, he could hear Nietzsche and Kara rushing up the steps after him. For the first time, he noticed that there seemed to be quite a few people on the grounds of the former palace. From the height of the platform, he could see the river that cut through the city. Flocks of birds wheeled above the swirling water. Beyond the towering columns behind the statue, green hills and trees wavered in the heat. The proud figure of Spirit rose up before him, glorious in the golden late-day sunlight. He laid a hand against the cool, smooth stone for support. He could hardly endure the pain of what he felt at that moment. When Kara came close, he looked up into her blue eyes. Is that what you believe, too? That I'm just inventing in my head that Kaylin was hurt and you and I cared for her? This statue doesn't spark any memory? It doesn't help you recall anything? Kara gazed up at the mute statue. Now that you brought it up, Lord Rahl, I remember when I found the tree. I remember you smiling at me when I showed it to you. I remember that you were pleased with me. I also remember some of the stories you told me when you carved, and I remember you listening to some of my stories. But you carved a lot of things that summer. That summer before Nietzsche came and took me away, he added. Yes. And if I'm only dreaming and Kaylin doesn't exist, then how did Nietzsche manage to capture me and take me away if you were there to protect me? Kara paused, taken aback by the cutting tone of the question. She used magic. Magic. Mord Sith are the counter to magic, remember? That's their whole reason for their existence. To protect the Lord Rahl from those with magic who would do him harm. The day Nietzsche showed up, she intended to do me harm. You were there. Why didn't you stop her? Terror crept incrementally into Kara's blue eyes. Because I failed you. I should have stopped her, but I failed. A day does not go by that I don't wish you would punish me for failing in my duty to protect you. Her face stood out crimson against her blonde hair as her sudden confession burst forth. Because I failed you, you were captured by Nietzsche and taken away for nearly a year, all because of me. If it had been your father I failed in such a fashion, he would have executed me, but only after making me beg for death until I was hoarse. And he would have been right to do so. I deserved no less. I failed you. Richard stared in shock. Kara, it wasn't your fault. That's the whole point of my question. You should remember that you could have done nothing to stop Nietzsche. Kara's hands fisted. I should have, but I didn't. I failed you. Kara, that's not true. Nietzsche used a spell on Kaylin. Had either of us done anything to stop her, Nietzsche would have killed Kaylin. What? Nietzsche objected. What in the world are you talking about? You captured Kaylin with a spell. That spell connected you to Kaylin and was directly controlled by your intent. If I hadn't gone with you, you could have killed Kaylin at any time with no more than a thought. That, for the most part, was why Kara and I could do nothing. Nietzsche planted her hands on her hips. And just what kind of spell do you think could accomplish such a thing? A maternity spell. Nietzsche regarded him with a blank look. A what? A maternity spell. It created a connection that made anything that happened to you happen to her. If Kara or I had harmed or killed you, the same fate would have befallen Kalen. We were helpless. I had to do what you wanted. I had to go with you, or Kalen would have died. I had to do as you wished, or you could have taken her life through the link of that spell. I had to make sure nothing happened to you, or the same fate would befall Kalen. Nietzsche shook her head with incredulity, and then, without comment, turned to stare off at the hills beyond the statue. It wasn't your fault, Kara. He lifted her chin to make her wet eyes look up at him. Neither of us could have done anything. You didn't fail me. Don't you think that I would like to believe you? Don't you think that I would if it were true? If you don't remember what I'm telling you really happened, Richard said, then just how do you think Nietzsche managed to capture me? She used magic. What kind of magic? I don't know what kind of magic it was. I'm no expert on how magic works. She just used magic, that's all. He turned to Nietzsche. What magic? How did you capture me? What spell did you use? Why didn't I stop you? Why didn't Kara stop you? Richard, that was, what, a year and a half ago? I don't remember exactly what spell I used that day to capture you. It wasn't all that hard. You don't have the ability to control your gift or mount a defense against someone experienced with it. I could have tied you up in knots of magic and had you over the back of a horse without working up a sweat. And why didn't Kara try to stop you? Because, Nietzsche said, gesturing in exasperation at having to try to recall the irksome details, I had you hobbled under my ability, and she knew that if she made a move, I would have killed you first. It's no more complicated than that. That's right, Kara said. Nietzsche spelled you just as she says. I couldn't do anything because it was you she attacked. If she would have used her power against me, I could have turned her gift against her, but she used it instead on you, so I could do nothing. With a finger, Richard wiped sweat from his brow. You're trained to kill with your bare hands. If nothing else, why wouldn't you have hit her over the head with a rock? I would have hurt you, Nietzsche said, answering for Kara, or possibly even killed you had she even looked like she was going to try anything. And then Kara would have had you, Richard reminded the sorceress. Back then, I was willing to forfeit my life. I just didn't care. You know that. Richard did indeed know that that much of it was true. At the time, Nietzsche did not value life, not even her own. That had made her dangerous in the extreme. My mistake was in not attacking Nietzsche before she could get to you, Kara said. If I had made her strike out at me with magic, I would have had her. That is what a Mord Sith is supposed to do. But I failed you. You couldn't, Nietzsche said. I surprised you both. You didn't fail, Kara. Sometimes there simply isn't any chance to succeed. Sometimes there is no solution. For the two of you, that was one of those situations. I was in control. It was hopeless. Every time he backed them into a corner, they seemed to be able to effortlessly slither out. Richard laid a hand against the smooth marble as his mind raced, trying to think of how this could be happening. What could be causing them to forget? He reasoned that maybe he could remedy the problem if he only knew what was causing it. And then, something about that story he had told them in the shelter a couple of nights back suddenly sprang to mind. Chapter 14. Richard snapped his fingers. Magic, he said. That's it. Remember how I told you that Kalen showed up in the Heartland Woods near where I lived, and that she had come because she was looking for the long-lost great wizard? What of it? Nietzsche asked. Kalen was looking for the great wizard because Zed had fled the Midlands before I was born. Dark and Ral had raped my mother, and Zed wanted to take her away to safety. Kara's brow twitched with suspicion. Much like you say, you took this woman, your wife, to those remote mountains, so she would be safe after she had been attacked? Well, kind of, but... Do you see what you're doing, Richard? Nietzsche asked. You're taking things you heard about and putting them into your dream. Do you see the thread that runs through both stories? That's a common phenomenon when people dream. The mind falls back on what it knows or has heard about.
No, that's not it. Just hear me out.
Nietzsche conceded with a single nod, but she clasped her hands behind her back and lifted her chin in the manner of an uncompromising teacher dealing with an obstinate student.
I guess there were similarities, Richard finally admitted, uncomfortable at the way Nietzsche had him locked in her knowing gaze. But in a way, that's the point. You see, Zed had become fed up with the Council of the Midlands, much like I gave up trying to help people who believed in the Order's lies. The difference is that Zed wanted to leave them to suffer the consequences of their actions. He didn't want them to be able to come asking for his help in getting them out of trouble of their own making. When he left the Midlands and went to Westland, he cast a wizard's web to make everyone forget him. He thought they should understand, but they only stared at him. Zed used a specific magic spell to make everyone forget his name, forget who he was, so that they couldn't come looking for him. That must be what happened with Kaylin. Someone took her and used magic not only to erase her tracks, but to erase everyone's memory of her. That's why you can't remember her. That's why no one remembers her. Kara looked surprised by the notion. She glanced at Nietzsche. Nietzsche wet her lips and sighed heavily. That has to be it, Richard pressed. That has to be the answer. Richard, Nietzsche said in a quiet voice, that's not what is going on here. It doesn't even remotely make sense. Richard couldn't understand how Nietzsche, being a sorceress, couldn't see it. Yes, it does. Magic made everyone forget Zed. After Kaylin met me in the woods that day, she told me how she was looking for the great wizard, but that no one could recall the old one's name because he had cast a web of magic to make them forget it. Magic must have been used to make everyone forget Kaylin in the same way. Except you, Nietzsche said, as she arched an eyebrow. This magic seems to have failed where you're concerned, since you have no trouble remembering her. Richard had been expecting just such an argument. It's possible that since I alone have a different form of the gift, the spell didn't work on me. Nietzsche again drew a deep, patient breath. You say that this woman, Kaylin, came looking for the missing wizard, the old one, right? Right. Don't you see the problem, Richard? She knew that she was looking for this old one, the missing wizard. Richard was nodding. That's right. Nietzsche leaned toward him. That kind of spell is quite troublesome to create, and it has a number of complications that must be taken into account. But other than that, it's not altogether remarkable. Difficult, yes. Remarkable, no. Then that must be what was done with Kaylin. Someone, maybe one of the Order's wizards traveling with the supply convoy, took her and cast a spell to try to make us all forget her, so that we wouldn't come after them. Why would someone go to the trouble to do such a thing? Kara asked. Why not simply kill her? What's the purpose in capturing her and then making everyone forget her? I'm not sure. Maybe they simply wanted to have a way to escape without being followed. Maybe they intend to spirit her away and then, at a time of their choosing, parade their prisoner before their subjects to show their power, to show that they can capture anyone who opposes them. The fact remains that she's gone, and no one but me remembers her. It makes sense to me that a spell must have been used, like the spell Zed used to make people forget him. Nietzsche pinched the bridge of her nose in a way that somehow made Richard feel just a little stupid, as if his idea was so foolish it was giving her a headache. Everyone was looking for this old one, this great wizard. They remembered that he was the great wizard, that he was an important, accomplished man, even that he was from the Midlands. They merely couldn't remember his name and probably what he looked like. So without his name or a description of him, they were having a great deal of difficulty finding him. Richard nodded. That's right. Don't you see, Richard? They knew that he existed, knew that he was the old wizard, and probably had a great many memories of things he had done, but they simply couldn't recall his name because of the spell. That's all, his name.
They couldn't remember his name, even though they remembered that the man existed. But this wife of yours is remembered by no one except you. We don't know her name or anything else about her. We have no memory of her, or of anything she supposedly did with us. We have no knowledge of anything at all about her. Not one thing. She exists in no one's mind but yours. Richard saw the distinction, but wasn't ready to concede the point. But maybe this was just a stronger spell or something. It must have been much the same, but just more powerful, so that everyone not only forgets her name, but forgets her altogether. Nietzsche gently gripped his shoulders in an almost painfully sympathetic manner. Richard, I admit that to someone like you, who grew up without understanding magic, that might seem like it makes sense. And it's very inventive, it really is. But it simply doesn't work that way in the real world. To someone without an understanding of how such power works, it must seem entirely logical, at least on the surface. But when you look deeper, the difference between a spell to make everyone forget a person's name and a spell making everyone forget that the person ever existed, it's the difference between lighting a fire at camp and igniting a second sun in the sky. Richard threw up his hands in frustration. But why? Because the first alters only one thing, the memory of a person's name. And I must add that such a thing, as simple as it might seem on the face of it, is profoundly difficult, and beyond the ability of all but a handful of the most gifted individuals. And even then they must have extensive knowledge. Still, everyone knows that they have forgotten the great wizard's name, so even as it does the work of making people forget that name, the spell only has to accomplish this one clearly defined and limited task. The difficulty with spells of this nature is in how broadly the task is applied, but for the purpose of this example, that is beside the point. Where the first example alters one thing, the name of the vanished wizard, the second alters nearly everything. That is what makes it beyond difficult. It makes it impossible. I still don't understand. Richard paced from the statue partway out across the platform and back, gesturing as he spoke. It seems to me like it does roughly the same thing. Think of all the ways a person, especially an important person such as the Mother Confessor, touches the lives of nearly everyone. Dear spirits, Richard, she oversaw the Central Council of the Midlands. She made decisions that affected every land. Richard closed the distance to the sorceress. What difference does that make? Zed was first wizard. He was important too, and he touched a lot of lives. And people only forgot his name. They did not forget the man himself. Try for a moment to imagine what would be the result if a spell could make everyone forget a simple man. Nietzsche walked off a few paces and then abruptly turned back. Say Fable, the charcoal maker. Not just forget his name, but forget the man entirely. Forget that he exists or ever did, just like you suggest happened to this woman, Kaylin. What would happen? What would Fable's family do? Who would his children think fathered them? Who would his wife think made her pregnant and gave her children if she couldn't remember Fable? Where was this mystery man who sired a family? Would her mind invent another man to soothe her panic and fill the void? What would her friends believe, and how would all of their thoughts mesh with hers? What would everyone believe about the truth to support their thinking? What would happen when people's minds fabricated patches filling the gaps in their memories, and those patches didn't match? With the charcoal ovens all around his home, how would his wife and children think they got there? And how had all the charcoal been made? What would happen at the foundry where Fable sold his charcoal? What would Priska think? That somehow baskets of charcoal had magically appeared in the bins in the storage room of his foundry? I'm not even beginning to scratch the surface of the ever-expanding complications such a fanciful forget-me spell cast on Fable would cause. The accounting of money, the allocation of work, the agreements with lumbermen and other workers, the documents, the promises he'd made, and all the rest. Think of all the confusion and disarray such a thing would cause. And that's with one little-known man living in a tiny house down a lonely lane. Nietzsche lifted an arm as if in grand introduction. But with a woman like the Mother Confessor herself? She let the arm drop. I can't even begin to imagine the tangle of consequences left snarled in the wake of such an incomprehensible event. Nietzsche's mane of blonde hair stood out against the dark background of trees on the hills beyond the broad, level, grassy expanse. Her hair's length and its sweeping curves looked casual, even comfortably intimate, and complemented her shapely form in her black dress. But the power of her presence was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, as she stood illuminated by a ray of light from the setting sun, she was a breathtaking figure of astute perception and knowledgeable authority, a force that seemed beyond reproach. Richard stood mute and motionless as she went on in an instructional tone. It's the cascade of connections to all those specific incidents that would make such a spell impossible. Every little thing that the Mother Confessor had ever done would snowball together with connected circumstances in which she may not even have been personally involved, compounding the number of events that would become tainted by such a spell. The power, the complexity, the sheer magnitude of it is beyond comprehension. Those complications must draw power from the spell in order to counteract the disruptive potential of such complications. Those exigencies feed off the power of the spell that seeks to command the nature of the event. At some point, a spell without the power to compensate for a growing vortex of such dissipative events would simply sputter and die like a candle in a downpour. Nietzsche stepped close and jabbed a finger at his chest. And that's not even taking into account the most glaring inconsistency of your dream. In your delirium, you dreamed up an even more complex predicament. You dreamed up not only this woman, this wife, who is remembered by no one else, but in your irrational dreaming state you went further, much further, without realizing the fateful consequences. You see, it wasn't merely some country girl who no one knew that you dreamed up for yourself. No, you made her a known person. In the context of a dream, that might seem a simple thing, but in the real world, a known person creates a congruency dilemma. And yet you went further still. Even a known person would not be as complicated as what you did. In your state of delirium, you picked the Mother Confessor herself, a near mythic individual, a person of great importance, but at the same time a person far away, a person that neither Kara nor I nor Victor would know. None of us is from the distant Midlands, so we would have no way to easily offer up facts that are inconsistent with your dream. That distance might have made sense in your dream because it seemed to also solve the untidy problem of contradictory facts. But in the real world, it still creates for you a problem of insurmountable magnitude. Such a woman is widely known. It's only a matter of time until your carefully constructed world clashes with the real world and begins to fall apart. By picking a known person, you have doomed your idyllic dream to destruction. Nietzsche lifted his chin and made him look into her eyes. In your troubled state of mind, Richard, you dreamed up someone comforting. You were facing the abyss of death. You desperately wanted someone to love you, someone who made you feel less afraid, less terrified, less alone. That's completely understandable. It really is. I don't think any less of you. I couldn't. Because you created such a solution for yourself when you were so afraid and so alone. But it's over, and you have to come to grips with it. If it had been an unknown woman you imagined, then the dream would have been nothing more than an ethereal abstraction. But you inadvertently linked it to reality, because the Mother Confessor is known by a great many people. If you ever get back to the Midlands, or run into people from the Midlands, your dream will come face to face with the indisputable reality. For you, each one of those people is a lurking shadow, ready to shoot an arrow, but this time an arrow that will not fail to pierce your heart. It could even be worse. What if the real Mother Confessor is dead? Richard drew back. But she's not. Lord Rall, Kara said. I remember several years ago when Darken Rall sent the quads to kill all the confessors. The quads don't fail at their task of assassination.
Richard stared at the moored Sith. But they failed to get her.
Richard, Nietzsche said in a gentle tone, drawing his gaze back to her. What if you someday get to the Midlands and you discover that the real Mother Confessor was not what you imagined, but was in fact an old woman? After all, the confessors didn't name women as young as this love of yours would have been to be the Mother Confessor. What if you find out that the real woman was old, and worse, that she is long dead? The truth now, what would you do then if you were confronted by that, and it was real? Richard's mouth was so dry that he had to work his tongue in order to be able to wet his lips enough to speak.
I don't know.
Nietzsche smiled wistfully. An honest answer at last.
Even that smile was more than she could manage, and it vanished.
I'm afraid for you, Richard. Afraid for what will become of your state of mind if you continue to cling to this. Let it take over your whole life, and then it finally comes to something like that, which it will. Sooner or later, you are going to come face to face with the stone-cold reality of the situation.
Nietzsche, just because you can't envision...
Richard, she said, quietly cutting him off, I'm a sorceress. I've been a sister of the light and a sister of the dark. I know a thing or two about magic. I'm telling you that such a thing as you suggest is simply beyond the power of any magic I know of. It is not beyond the power of a desperate man to dream up, but it is unworkable in the real world. You can't even begin to imagine the dire consequences were such a thing to even be attempted, much less possible.
Nietzsche, I grant you your great knowledge on the subject, but you don't know everything. Just because you don't know how to do something, that does not mean it's impossible. It only means that you don't know how it can be done. You just don't want to admit that you might be wrong. Her hands fisted at her sides as she blinked. Do you think that I want to oppose you in this? Is that what you think? Do you think I enjoy trying to make you see the truth? Do you think that I like being against you in anything? What I know is that somehow, in some way, someone has made all of you forget that Kaylin exists. I know that she's real, and I intend on finding her, even if you don't like it.
Nietzsche, her blue eyes brimming with tears, turned her back on him and gazed up briefly at the statue towering over her. Richard, I would eagerly grant you your dream were it within my power to make it real. You cannot imagine what I would give to have you have what you want, to make you happy. Richard watched the violet clouds at the horizon turning dark. It somehow seemed too peaceful to be real. Nietzsche stood with her arms folded, staring off in the opposite direction, staring into the gathering darkness. Kara stood nearby, keeping an eye on all the people roaming the former palace grounds.
Nietzsche, Richard finally said into the uncomfortable silence atop the vast marble circle. Do you have any explanations other than this being a dream? Is there anything within your knowledge that has any chance at all of being the cause of this? Is there anything at all, any kind of magic that you can think of that would help solve this puzzle?
He watched her back, wondering if she would answer. A long shadow lay across the curved bronze dial plane encircling the proud figure, telling him what he knew, that the day was dying, that valuable time was slipping away. Finally, Nietzsche turned to him. The fire seemed to have gone out of her. Richard, I'm sorry that I can't make it real for you. She brushed away a tear as it ran down her cheek. I'm sorry to let you down. With a grim expression, Kara met Nietzsche's gaze. I guess we have something in common. Richard gently touched his fingertips to the statue of Spirit. The uplifted face, its proud gaze set in white marble, lost its glow as the last rays of the setting sun sank behind the hills. Neither one of you let me down, he said. You both are telling me what you believe. But Kaylin is not a dream. She's as real as her spirit carved in this stone. Chapter 15. Richard turned to a distant commotion and spotted a group of people heading toward the monument. From atop the prominence, he could see yet more people strung out behind, perhaps drawn by the activity, or perhaps by the purposeful look of the cluster of men as they made their way across the open expanse of ground. At the head of the small crowd was just the man Richard wanted to see. Still some distance off, the man waved an arm. "Richard!" Despite everything, Richard couldn't help but smile at the familiar, stocky fellow wearing his customary curious red hat with a narrow brim. When the man saw that Richard had seen him, he picked up his pace, trotting across the grass. "Richard!" he called again. "You've come back, just as you promised." As the group of people swarmed up the hill of steps, Richard started down to meet them. It was then that Richard also saw that Victor was making his way steadily through the gathering throng. At a wide marble landing, Ishak rushed up and seized Richard's hand, pumping it with great glee. "Richard, I'm so happy to see you back in Al Turang. You come to drive a wagon for my transport company, yes? I have orders stacked up. How do I get myself into these messes? I need you back. You can start tomorrow?" "Glad to see you too, Ishak." Ishak was still pumping Richard's hand. "Then you will come back? I will make you a full partner. We share everything equal, you and I." "Ishak, with as much money as you owe me." "Money!" Ishak scoffed. "What is this talk of money? I have so much work now, and more all the time, that there is no time to worry about money. Forget money. We can earn all the money you want. I need a man with a good head. I will make you a partner. If you want, you can make me your partner. We will get more work that way. Everyone asks after you. 'Where is Richard?' they all say. I tell you, Richard, if you—" "Ishak, I can't. I'm trying to find Kalin." Ishak blinked. "Kalin?" "His wife," a scowling Victor said as he stepped through the men behind Ishak. Ishak turned to gawk at Victor. He turned back to Richard. "Wife?" He swept his red hat off his head. "Wife? But this is wonderful!" He spread his arms. "Wonderful!" He threw his arms around Richard and hugged him as he laughed and danced back and forth on the balls of his feet. "You took a wife! This is wonderful news! We will have a banquet and—" "She's missing," Richard said, easing Ishak back to arm's length. "I'm looking for her. We don't know what happened." "Missing?" Ishak swiped back his dark hair and replaced his red hat. "I will help. I will go with you." His dark eyes turned serious. "Tell me what I can do." It was no empty offer Ishak made for the sake of courtesy. He was sincere. It was heartwarming to know that this man would drop everything to help. Richard didn't think, though, that this was the time or place to explain. "It's not that simple." "Richard," Victor said as he leaned closer, "we've got trouble." Ishak frowned at Victor, gesturing irritably. "Richard's wife is missing. Why you bring him more worries on top of that?" "It's all right, Ishak. Victor already knows about Kalin." Richard rested his left hand on the pommel of his sword. "What sort of trouble?" he asked Victor. "Scouts have just returned to report Imperial Order troops coming this way." Ishak swept his hat from his head again. "Troops?" "Another supply convoy?" Richard asked. "No," Victor said with a firm shake of his head. "These men are combat troops, and they're coming this way." Ishak's eyes grew round. "Soldiers are coming? How soon?" Voices carried the worrisome news back through the growing crowd. "At the rate they're marching, they're still a few days out. We have some time to get our defenses organized, but not a lot of time." Nietzsche stepped up close to Richard's side. With her back straight, her head held high, and her cutting gaze, she drew all eyes. Voices quieted as they watched her. Even people who didn't know who Nietzsche was tended to fall silent in her presence. Some because of her stunning looks, some because there was just something dangerous about her commanding presence on top of her physical attraction that made them tend to lose their nerve along with their voice. "And the scouts are sure they're headed this way?" she asked. "Couldn't they just be passing near on their way north?" "They're not heading north," Victor arched an eyebrow. "They're coming from the north." Richard's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. "They're coming down from the north, are you sure?"
Victor nodded. They're seasoned combat troops. Worse still, they've picked up one of those priests somewhere along the way.
The gathered men gasped. Whispers of the news spread back through the crowd. Some of the men started asking questions, each trying to be heard over the others. Nietzsche lifted a hand, commanding silence. With no more effort than that, the darkening hillside of marble steps fell quiet. In the tense hush, she leaned toward the grim blacksmith. Nietzsche's brow drew down like a hawk that had just spotted dinner. "They have a wizard with them?" she hissed. Victor didn't back up, one of the few who didn't.
He's said to be a high priest of the Fellowship of Order.
"All the brothers in the Fellowship are wizards," Ishak pointed out. "This is not good news, not good at all."
Can't argue with that, Victor said. From the reports brought back by the men, there is no doubt that this one is a wizard.
Worried conversation again swept through the crowd. Some swore that such a development would make no difference, that they would fight any attempt by the Order to take back Al-Tur-Rang. Others weren't so sure as to what should be done. Nietzsche, staring off as she considered what she'd heard, finally returned her gaze to Victor. "Do the scouts know his name or anything about him that might help identify him?" Victor hooked his thumbs behind his belt as he gave her a single nod.
The high priest's name is Kronos.
"Kronos," she murmured in thought.
The scouts who spotted the troops used their heads. They hadn't been seen, so they got out ahead of the soldiers and mingled into a town along the Legion's path and waited for them to arrive. The soldiers camped just outside the town for a few nights to rest up and to resupply. Apparently, they stripped the town bare in the process. When they got drunk, they talked enough for my men to get the gist of what they're up to. And what they are up to is not just putting an end to the insurrection in Al-Tur-Rang. Their orders are to crush the revolt and not to be gentle about it. They said they were to make examples of the people there. They don't seem to think it will be a big task, and they're looking forward to the fun they'll be having after the victory.
A pall of silence fell over the crowd. "What about the wizard?" Ishak asked.
The men say that this fellow Kronos is a pious sort. He's average height with blue eyes. He didn't do any drinking with the soldiers. Instead, he lectured the town's folks long and often on the need to follow the Creator's true ways by sacrificing what they had for the good of their fellow man, the Imperial Order, and their beloved Emperor. But as it turns out, when he's not lecturing, he's a lech. And apparently it doesn't matter much to him who the woman is or if she's at all willing. After one man angrily raised a ruckus about his daughter being taken right off the street by Kronos' orders, the good brother came out and with a flash of his power burned the hide right off the father. The pious wizard left the man screaming and twitching as a lesson, and he went back inside to finish his business with the daughter. The poor fellow was several hours dying. My men said it was as horrifying as anything they'd ever seen. After that, no one else had much to say when any woman caught Kronos' eye.
Murmuring broke out in the crowd. Many of the people were shocked and angered by the story. A number were frightened that this man was not only coming for them, but was under orders to make examples of them. Nietzsche didn't look at all surprised by the report of such brutality. After lengthy consideration, she finally shook her head. "I don't know this brother of the Order, but there are a number of them that I don't know." Ishak's dark eyes shifted between Richard and Nietzsche. "What are we going to do? Troops and a wizard? This is not good. But you have ideas, yes?" Some in the crowd voiced their agreement with Ishak, wanting to know what Richard thought. He didn't really see what there was to discuss. "You've all fought for and won your freedom," Richard said. "I would suggest that you don't give it up." A number of men nodded. They knew all too well what it was like to live under the heel of the Order. They had learned, too, what it meant to be free to live their own lives. Nonetheless, fear seemed to be stealing into the mood of the crowd. "But now you're here to lead us, Lord Rahl," one of the men said. "You faced worse than this, I'm sure. With your help, we can fight off these soldiers." In the gathering gloom, Richard appraised the expectant faces watching him. "I'm afraid that I can't stay. I have something of critical importance I must do. I will have to leave in the morning at first light." Shocked silence greeted him. "But the soldiers are only a few days away," one of the men finally said. "Surely, Lord Rahl, you can wait that long." "If I could, I would stand here with you against these soldiers, just as I've stood with you before. But right now I can't afford to delay that long. I must carry the fight elsewhere. It's the same fight, so I will be with you in spirit." The man looked stunned. "But it's just a few days." "Don't you see that it's much more than that? If I stay and we defeat these men who are coming to kill you, then eventually more will come. You have to be able to stand on your own. You can't depend on me to stay here indefinitely and help you uphold your freedom every time Jagang sends soldiers to take back Al-Turarang. The world is full of places like Al-Turarang, all facing the same ordeal. Sooner or later, you'll have to accept the responsibility of standing on your own. Now is as good a time as any." "So you're deserting us when we need you most?" a voice farther back called out. The crowd didn't speak up to agree with the sentiment, but it was clear that more than one person had the same thought. Kara inched forward. Before she could step in front of him, Richard surreptitiously lifted his hand, touching her leg in warning for her to stay where she was. "Now look here," Victor growled. "Richard isn't deserting anything, and I'll hear none of that kind of talk." Men backed away at the measured menace in his voice. Victor's glare alone was enough to turn men twice his size pale. "He has already done more for us than anyone ever before. He showed us that we can each run our own lives for ourselves, and that's what changed everything. You've all lived here your whole life under the Order. Richard showed us what we're really made of. Showed us that we're proud men and we can handle ourselves with courage. We're the ones who took responsibility for our own lives and gained our own freedom. He didn't come here and give us anything. We earned it." Most of the men standing on the steps and spread out across the lawns fell silent. Some, feeling shamed, stole looks around at the others. A number of the men finally spoke up that they agreed with Victor. As the men fell to debating among themselves what it was they ought to do, Nietzsche seized Richard's arm from behind and drew him back to where she could speak in confidence. "Richard, this fight here is more important." "I can't stay." Her blue eyes flashed with bottled fury. "This is where you should be, leading these men. You're the Lord Rahl. They're counting on you." "I am not responsible for their lives. They already made their choice as to how they will live when they started the revolt. They did that on their own, and they won that battle. We all are fighting for what we believe in. We all are fighting for the same thing, the right to live the life we want for ourselves. I'm doing what I believe I must." "You're running away from the fight to chase phantoms." The sting of her words hung in the air unanswered. Richard instead stepped away from the sorceress and addressed the men. "The old world and the new world are at war." The crowd slowly fell silent as people craned their necks in order to see Richard and hear his words. "The troops on their way here are battle-tested men from that war. As they've rampaged across the land, they've used their swords, axes, and flails against both the armed and the unarmed people to the north, the people of the New World. Those troops are experienced at overrunning cities and slaughtering the inhabitants. When they get here, they will torture, rape, and murder the people of this city, just as they've done to the people in cities to the north, unless you stop them first. But even if you do stop them, that will not be the end of it. The Order will send more soldiers. If you defeat them, they will eventually send even more the next time." "Richard, what are you saying?" Ishak asked into the still evening air. "Are you saying that it is hopeless? That we should give up?" "No. I'm saying that you need to face the true dimension of what it means to fight the Imperial Order, the true nature of the task. If you wish to be free, then you need to do more than stand here in this place and defend your city.
No war was ever won defensively. If you are to be truly free, then you must fight to put a stop to those who seek to extinguish freedom. If you are to be truly free, then you must be part of the cause to rid the world of the imperial order. The Daharan Empire, the land I rule, is all that now stands against the order. Richard slowly shook his head. But alone they have no chance to win. Once the Daharan Empire falls, Emperor Jagang will be freed up from the effort of that war, and he will then bring his full force to bear on any pockets of resistance to the order's beliefs. At the head of his list will be Altuarang. This is his home city. He will not allow the black mark of freedom to stand against his devout beliefs. He will turn loose on you his most vicious fighters, the sons of the old world. You will be isolated and gutted by Jagang's army of your fellow countrymen. You will die to a man, your male children will be murdered, and your wives and sisters and daughters will be used as rewards for the brutes who enforce the order's authority. The crowd stood in rapt silence. They were now in the grip of fear. This was not the brave and boastful talk they had expected to hear on the eve of battle. Victor cleared his throat. "You are trying to tell us something, Richard?" Richard nodded as he gazed out over the mute throng watching him from below the landing where he stood. "Yes, I'm trying to tell you that you must do more than stand and defend yourselves when these men come. You can't win that kind of war. You must strike out at the imperial order and help bring them down." Ishak lifted a hand. "Bring them down? In what way?" "As you all well know, life under the order offers nothing but decay and ruin. There is little work, little food, little to look forward to, except the promise of glory in some after-world life, but only in exchange for your selfless service in this one. The priests of the Fellowship of Order have nothing to offer you but misery, so they proclaim suffering a virtue, and in exchange generously grant you extravagant eternal rewards in some other world. Rewards that cannot be examined beforehand. Rewards in a world that is unknowable, except, they claim, to them. Not one of you would be gullible enough to trade a dog for such hollow promises, and yet legions have been swindled into eagerly offering up their own lives, the only life they will ever have, in the unfair exchange. Jagang invokes the cause of the Creator, the fight for mankind's future, and the elimination of those with the gift as the noble reasons for the old world to invade the new world. He tells his subjects that the people far away to the north are immoral heathens, and, as a duty to the Creator, they must be struck down. In reality, Jagang is doing nothing more than producing a diversion to cover the widespread poverty and unemployment created by the imperial order's doctrines. A failed old world of crushing poverty and widespread death is thus blamed on traitors among the people. That would be you, and on their supposedly wicked brethren to the north. Jagang gives hopeless young men an object of hatred upon which to extract revenge for their misery. In so doing, out of the ranks of the young men of the old world, Jagang has created an army of zealots. You know yourselves the throngs of such young men who have departed from Altuarang to join the noble cause. These men have little in life to look forward to, and have grasped eagerly at the order's teachings. Jagang has given them someone to blame for all their woes, those who don't submit to the teachings of the order. These men have been indoctrinated in a culture of death and turned loose on those who have liberty, prosperity, and the most hateful thing of all, happiness. Most are well beyond reason or redemption. Fighting far from home, Jagang allows these savages to pillage and loot their way across the land, hoping they will forget the miserable future awaiting them back home. In the name of the Creator and the Order, they slaughter all opposition and take vast territory as their own. With their great numbers, they vanquish all who go up against them. They terrorize everyone in their path. The panic of waiting for the murdering horde to arrive is too much for many,
and in the hopes of being spared the worst of what Jagang's men would do, some places surrender and petition to join the cause of the imperial order. "You are saying it is hopeless to fight them?" someone asked into the tense evening silence. "I am telling you the true nature of what we all face," Richard said. "But it does not have to be hopeless if you understand the essence of the fight. For one thing, the imperial order has not fully grasped the corrosive effect of distance from their homeland. No matter how much they loot, they still need vast quantities of every kind of supply, from flour to make bread to feathers to make arrows. They can't scavenge enough food to feed their numbers. They need craftsmen and workers to support their fighting men, and they need a steady stream of new soldiers to replace the vast numbers lost in the battles of the campaign. It is difficult to fight in a strange and distant land. Their losses from sickness alone have been staggering. Yet with reinforcements always arriving, they have been able to more than replace all they lose. Their army grows constantly, becoming more formidable with each passing day. But that means it also has more needs every day. Those convoys of supplies that are constantly streaming north are vital to the efforts of the imperial order in conquering the New World. The New World may seem a faraway problem to you, but it is your problem as much as those troops headed this way in a few days. Once those brutes up north are finished murdering my people, they will be coming back here to murder you. If the order wins, all of us lose. It doesn't matter where we are. There will be no place to hide. If you want to live, not just tomorrow or the day after you defeat those troops headed this way, but to live next season, next year, and the year after, if you want to raise a family, keep what you earn, and better yourselves and the lives of your children, then you need to help to destroy the order's ability to survive. Victor and his men have already been doing this, but they are only able to whisper when they need to howl in fury. They need far more people to join them in the effort. You need to help in a determined effort to hit the order's supply convoys and destroy them. Kill their men going to fight. Cripple their ability to carry on. You need to deprive the order of flour and feathers and reinforcements. Every man who dies of starvation in the trackless mountains to the north is a man the order can't send back to the old world to shove his knife in your belly. In addition, there are other means to prevail. Richard gestured to Kara and Nietzsche. These two who now stand with me once stood against me. They were enemies of what I believe in, of what you have come to believe in. But when I helped them to understand that I fight for life, for the values of life, they came to realize the truth and became warriors in that same cause. Richard lifted a hand out at the crowd spread down the steps and across the lawns. Look at all of you. Not all that long ago, you were the enemies of the New World. Many of you, for much of your lives, might have believed the lies of the order. But when given a glimpse of the bright flame of what life can and should be, you had the presence of mind to choose life. I now stand with former enemies in the heart of enemy territory, among a people once my enemy. Yet now we are all believers in the same cause. That life is worth living for its own sake. Many of us have become fast friends. We are now all on the same side in the greatest struggle of our lives. It is possible to make some people who are working for the success of the order see the wonder and beauty in this life. If you can do that, then you will have one less person who wants to kill you. It would be my choice to win them all over to the truth and to have a world of people living in peace. But there are those who are lost to the truth, lost to reason. They hate that you embrace what is good in life. If you can't win these followers of the order to our side, then you must kill them. For surely, given the chance, they will kill you and destroy everything you hold dear. You must spread the fight everywhere. Leave no place safe for those who preach death. Yes, you will need to kill the wild-eyed fanatics eagerly fighting in the cause of the order. But far more important than that, you must strike at the root and kill those who preach the doctrines of the imperial order. They are the ones who corrupt and poison unthinking minds, and if not stopped, they will breed an endless supply of newly minted brutes to come after you and your families. Men with such hate in their hearts recognize no boundaries. They will never allow you to exist because your prosperity and happiness puts the lie to what they teach. If you wish to live free, then you must see to it that these disciples of hatred know that there is no safe place for them, that their ways will not be tolerated by civilized men, and that you will not rest until they are all hunted down and killed, because you understand that they want nothing less than to end civilization. You must not let them have what they lust after. You've all bravely taken the first step and thrown off your shackles. None of you need prove yourselves to me. But this is not about a single battle won. This is about the future of how you will live your lives from now on. How your children and your grandchildren will live their lives. You've fought bravely. Many have already lost their lives pursuing our common goal, and many more yet will. But victory over evil is possible and within your power. You won a battle for something profound, your own lives to live as you see fit. But don't now fail to see that the war for that ideal is a long way from being finished. You have won your right to live free today. Now, you must have the fire to fight, to live free always. Freedom is never easy to keep and can easily be lost. All it takes is willful indifference. Richard lifted an arm back toward the statue standing proudly in the afterglow of sunset. That will to hold life dear, to be free, is the spirit of this statue we all so admire. But Lord Rahl, someone complained, that is too big a task for us. We are simple people, not warriors. Maybe if you were to lead us, it would be different. Richard laid a hand on his chest. I was a simple woods guide when I realized that I had to rise to the challenges facing me. I, too, didn't want to face the seemingly invincible evil that loomed over me. But a wise woman, the woman that statue is modeled after, made me see that I had to do so. I am no better than you, no stronger than you. I am simply a man who has come to understand the need to stand without compromise against tyranny. I have taken up that cause because I no longer wanted to live in fear, but to live my own life. Those people in the New World to the north are fighting and dying every day. They are simple people like you. None of them wishes to fight, but they must, or they will surely die. Their fate today is your fate tomorrow. They can't continue to stand alone and hope to win. When your time comes, neither will you. They need you to be a part of a free world, to attack those who bring the shadow of a dark age over all the world. A man near the front spoke up. But aren't you saying the same thing as the Order? That we must sacrifice for the greater good of mankind? Richard smiled at the very idea. Those who wish to impose an idea of a greater good are simply haters of the good. It's enlightened self-interest that causes me to lift a sword against the imperial order. It's purely for your own self-interest and your self-interest in those you love that I think you should fight, in whatever way you think you can best help our common goal. I'm not forcing you to fight for the greater good of mankind, but trying to make you see that it's a fight for your own life. Don't ever make the mistake of thinking that such self-interest is wrong. Self-interest is survival. Self-interest is the substance of life. In your own reasoned self-interest, I suggest that you rise up and strike down the order. Only then can you truly have freedom. The eyes of the old world are upon you. The dark figures of all the people in fading light stretched back as far as Richard could see. He was relieved to see a lot of nodding heads. Victor's gaze swept over the men before he turned back to Richard. I think we are of a mind, Lord Rahl. I will do what I can to see it through. Richard clasped arms with Victor as the crowd broke into cheering. Finally, as men all across Liberty Square began talking among themselves as to how best to meet the challenge, Richard turned away and took Nietzsche aside. Kara followed close on his heels. Richard, I know the value of what you have just done, but these people still need you to...
Nietzsche, he said, cutting her off, I have to leave in the morning. Kara is going with me. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think it would be a good idea if you were to choose to stay and help these people. They're facing a terrible enough challenge just with the soldiers, but they additionally must face a wizard. You know a lot better than I how to counter that kind of threat. You could be a tremendous help to these people. She looked for a long time into his eyes before she glanced to the crowd not far off behind him and down the steps. I need to be with you, she said in a measured tone, but it still sounded to him like a plea. Like I said, it's your life, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just like I'd not like you trying to tell me what I must do. You should stay and help, she said. She broke eye contact and looked away. But it's your life, and you must do what you think best. I guess, after all, you are the seeker. She again glanced at the men gathering around close to Victor, making plans. These people may not right now voice objections to what you had to say, but they will be thinking about it, and they may very well decide later, after they face the soldiers, after a terrible and bloody fight, that they don't wish to do more. I was kind of hoping that if you stayed and helped them defeat this wizard and the troops coming this way, that you could then add your weight to my words and help convince them of what they need to do. Many of them are well aware of how much you know about the nature of the order. They will put stock in what you say to them, especially if you've just helped them save their city and keep their families safe. Richard waited until she looked up at him before he went on. After that, you could then come to join Kara and me. She appraised his eyes as she folded her arms across her breasts. You are saying that if I help stop the Order's force coming to kill all these people, then you would allow me to join you? I'm just telling you what I think would be the most beneficial thing for you to do in our struggle to eliminate the Order. I'm not telling you what to do. She looked away again. But it would please you if I did as you suggest and stay to help these people? Richard shrugged. I admit to that. Nietzsche sighed irritably. Then I will stay as you suggest and help them defeat the threat looming a few days away. But if I do that, defeat the troops and eliminate the wizard, then you would allow me to join you? I said I would. She finally, reluctantly nodded. I agree. Richard turned. Ishak? The man hurried close. Yes? I need 6 horses. 6? You will be taking others with you? No, just Kara and me. We'll be needing fresh mounts along the way so we can rotate the horses we ride to keep them strong enough for the journey. We need fast horses, not the draft horses from your wagons. And tack, Richard added. Fast horses. Ishak lifted his hat and with the same hand scratched his scalp. He looked up. When? I need to leave as soon as it's light enough. Ishak eyed Richard suspiciously. I suppose this is to be in partial payment for what I owe you? I wanted to ease your conscience about when you could begin to repay me. Ishak succumbed to a brief laugh. You will have what you need. I will see to it that you have supplies as well. Richard laid a hand on Ishak's shoulder. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I hope someday I can get back here and haul a load or two for you, just for old time's sake. That brightened Ishak's expression. After we are all free for good? Richard nodded. Free for good. He glanced at the stars beginning to dot the sky. Do you know a handy place where we can get some food and a place to sleep for the night? Ishak gestured off across the broad expanse of the old palace grounds to the hill where the work shacks used to be. We have inns now, since you were here last. People come to see Liberty Square, and so they need rooms. I have built a place up there where I rent rooms. They are among the finest available. He lifted a finger. I have a reputation to uphold of offering the best of everything, whether it be wagons to haul goods or rooms for weary travelers. I have a feeling that what you owe me is going to be dwindling rapidly.
Ishak smiled as he shrugged. Many people come to see this remarkable statue. Rooms are hard to come by, so they are not cheap.
I wouldn't have expected them to be.
But they are reasonable, Ishak insisted. A good value for the price, and I have a stable right next door so I can bring your horses once I collect them. I will do it now.
All right.
Richard lifted his pack and swung it onto a shoulder. At least it's not far, even if it is expensive. Ishak spread his hands expansively. And the view at sunrise is worth the price, he grinned. But for you, Richard, Mistress Kara, and Mistress Nietzsche, no charge.
No,
lifting a hand, Richard forestalled any argument.
It's only fair that you should be able to earn a return on your investment. Deduct it from what you owe me.
What with the interest, I'm sure the amount has grown handsomely.
Interest?
Of course, Richard said as he started toward the distant buildings. You have had the use of my money. It's only fair that I be compensated for that use. The interest is not cheap, but it's fair and a good value. Chapter 16. As he walked into his room, Richard was pleased to see the wash basin. It wasn't a bath, but at least he would be able to clean up before bed. He closed the bolt on the door, locking himself in, even though he felt perfectly safe in the small inn. Kara was in the room beside his. Nietzsche was in a room downstairs on the first floor, close to the entrance, and right beside the only stairs up to the second floor. Men stood guard both inside and outside the inn, while yet more men patrolled the streets in the area around the building. Richard hadn't thought so many men were necessary, but Victor and the men were insistent about providing the protection since enemy troops were in the area. In the end, appreciating the opportunity for a safe and peaceful night's sleep, Richard hadn't objected. He was so weary that he could hardly stand any longer. His hip sockets ached from the long day of walking over rough terrain. On top of the journey, the emotional talk with the people at Liberty Square had taken what energy he had left. Richard sloughed off his pack, letting it clunk down on the floor at the foot of the small bed, before stepping to the washstand and splashing water on his face. He didn't know that water could feel so good. Nietzsche, Kara, and Richard had had a quick meal of lamb stew down in the small dining room. Jamila, the woman who ran the place for Ishak, another partner, had been instructed by Ishak to treat them as royalty. The round-faced woman had offered to cook them anything they desired. Richard hadn't wanted to make a fuss, and besides, the leftover lamb stew had meant there would be no waiting, and they could get to sleep all that much sooner. Jamila had seemed a little disappointed not to have the chance to cook them up something special. With the kind of meals they'd had over recent days, though, the bowl of lamb stew and fresh crusty bread with loads of butter had been about the best food Richard could recall having. Had it not been for so many troubling things on his mind, he would have savored it more. He knew that Kara and Nietzsche needed the rest as much as he did, so he'd insisted that each take a room of their own. Both women had wanted to stay in the same room as Richard, so that they could be close at hand and watch over him. He'd had visions of them both standing with their arms folded at the foot of his bed as he slept. He'd maintained that nothing was going to get to him on the second floor, and besides, there were plenty of men to stand guard. They had relented, but reluctantly, and only after he reminded them that the two of them would be more help to him if they were well rested and alert. It was a luxury for all of them not to have to stand watch for once and be able to get the rest they needed. Victor had promised to come see Richard and Kara off in the morning. Ishak had promised to have the horses in the stable and waiting long before then. Both Victor and Ishak were sorry that he was leaving, but they understood that he had his reasons. None of them had asked where he was going, probably because they felt ill at ease talking about the woman none of them believed existed. He had begun to sense the distance it created in people when he mentioned Kalin. From the tall window in his top-floor room, Richard had a breathtaking view of Spirit off across the grounds below the rise where the inn stood. With the wick on the lamp in his room turned down low, he had no trouble seeing the statue in white marble lit by a ring of torches in tall iron stanchions. He idly recalled the many times he had been up on this same hillside, looking down at Emperor Jagang's palace under construction. It hardly seemed like the same world. He felt as if he'd been dropped into some other life he didn't know, and all the rules were different. Sometimes he wondered if he really was losing his mind. Nietzsche, in a room on the bottom floor close to the front door, probably couldn't see the statue, but Kara had the room next to his, so she undoubtedly had the same view. He wondered if she was taking advantage of it, and if she was, what she thought of the statue she saw. Richard couldn't imagine how she could not clearly remember everything it meant to him, to Kalin. He wondered if she, too, felt as if she were living someone else's life, or if she thought he was losing his mind. Richard couldn't imagine what could possibly have happened to make everyone forget that Kalin existed. He had held out some slim hope that the people in Al Tuarang would remember her, that it had only been those immediately nearby when she had disappeared who were affected. That hope was now dashed. Whatever the cause, the problem was widespread. Richard leaned against the cabinet with the wash basin and tilted his head back as he closed his eyes for a moment. His neck and shoulders were sore from days of carrying his heavy pack as they had trudged through dense and seemingly endless woods. Throughout the swift and difficult journey, even conversation had, for the most part, required too much effort. It felt good not to have to walk for a while, even if, when he closed his eyes, it seemed that all he could see was a parade of endless forests. With his eyes closed, it felt as if his legs were still moving. Richard yawned as he lifted the baldric over his head and stood the sword of truth against a chair beside the washstand. He pulled off his shirt and tossed it on the bed. It occurred to him that this would be a good time to wash some of his clothes, but he was too worn out. He just wanted to clean up and then fall into bed and sleep. He stepped over to the window again as he went about washing with a soapy cloth. The night was dead quiet but for the ceaseless drone of the cicadas. He couldn't resist staring at the statue. There was so much of Kalin in it that it made him heartsick. He had to force himself not to think about what horrors she might be facing, what pain she might be enduring. Anxiety constricted his breathing. In an effort to set his worry aside for a while, he did his best to recall Kalin's smile, her green eyes, her arms around him, the soft moan she sometimes made as she kissed him. He had to find her. He dipped the cloth in the water and wrung it out, watching dirty water run back into the basin, and saw that his hands were trembling. He had to find her. In another attempt to force his mind onto other things, he rested his gaze on the wash basin, deliberately taking in the vines painted all around the edge. The vines were blue, not green, probably so as to match the blue flowers stenciled on the walls and the blue flowers on the simple curtains and the decorative cover on the bed. Ishak had done an admirable job of building a warm and inviting inn. The water in the basin, still as a woodland pool, suddenly trembled for no apparent reason. Richard stood stock still, staring at it. The slack surface abruptly bunched into perfectly symmetrical harmonic waves, almost like the hair on a cat's back standing on end. And then the whole building shuddered with a hard thump, as if struck by something huge. One of the panes of glass in the window cracked with a brittle pop. Almost instantly, from the far end of the building, came the muffled sound of splintering wood. Richard crouched, frozen, eyes wide, unable to tell what had caused the incomprehensible sound. His first thought was that a big tree had fallen on the place, but then he remembered that there were no large trees anywhere nearby. A heartbeat after the first jolt came a second thump, louder this time, closer. The building swayed under the crash of splintering wood. He glanced up, fearing that the ceiling might collapse. Half a heartbeat later came another thump that shook the building. Shattering, splintering wood let out a high-pitched screech, as if crying out in agony as it was being ripped apart. Thump! Crash! Louder, closer. Richard touched the fingers of one hand to the floor to keep his balance as the building quaked under the jolt of the heavy impact. What had started at the far end of the building was rapidly coming closer. Thump! Crash! Closer yet. Splintering shrieks howled through the night air as wood was rent violently apart. The building swayed. Water sloshed in the basin, slopping over the rolled metal edge with the painted blue vines. The sounds of ripping walls and splintering boards melted together into one continuous roar. Suddenly, the wall to his left, the wall between his and Kara's room, exploded toward him. Clouds of dust billowed up. The noise was deafening. Something huge and black, nearly the size of the room itself, drove through the wall, splintering lath, sending plaster and debris showering through the air. The force of the concussion blew the door off its hinges and violently blasted the glass and the mullions out of the window. Long, ragged fragments of boards spun through the room. One smashed the chair that held his sword, another piercing the far wall. His sword tumbled out of reach. One piece whacked Richard's leg hard enough to drop him to one knee. Animate darkness drove debris before it, sending everything flying, enveloping the light and plunging the flying wreckage into a surreal, swirling gloom. Icy fright shimmered through Richard's veins. He saw a cold cloud of his breath as he grunted with the effort of scrambling to his feet. Darkness, like death itself, plunged toward him. Richard gasped a breath. Frigid air stabbed like icy needles into his lungs. Shock at the pain of the cutting cold clenched his throat shut. Richard knew that life and death balanced on a razor's edge only an instant wide. With every ounce of his strength driving him, he dove through the window as if he were diving into a swimming hole. The side of his body brushed past the descending inky darkness. His flesh sizzled with a sharp sensation so cold that it burned. In midair, plummeting through the window out into the night, fearing the long drop, Richard snatched for the window's frame and only just managed to seize it with his left hand. He held on for dear life. His falling weight whipped him around so hard that his body slammed into the side of the building with enough force to knock the wind from him. He hung by his one hand, dazed by the wallop against the outside wall, trying to gasp in a breath. The humid night air on top of the blow against the wall, coming right after the frigid gasp in the room just before he'd jumped out the window, seemed to conspire to do its best to suffocate him. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the statue in the fluttering torchlight. With her head thrown back, fists at her sides, and her back arched, the figure stood proud against the invisible power trying to subdue her. The sight of it, the strength of it, made Richard at last draw in an urgent breath. He coughed and drew another, gasping for air as his feet searched for any purchase. They found none. He glanced down and saw that the ground was awfully far below him. He felt as if he might have ripped his shoulder from its socket. Hanging by one hand, he dared not let go. He feared that such a fall would at the least break his legs. Above, from the window, came a wail so shrill that it made every hair on his body stand on end and every nerve scream in sharp pain. It was a sound so black, so poisonous, so horrific, that Richard thought that surely the veil to underworld had ripped apart and the keeper of the dead had been loosed among the living. The savage wail in the room above him drew out into a twisting, seething shriek. It was a sound of pure hate brought to life. Richard glanced up and almost let go. The fall, he thought, might be preferable to the thing in the room now suddenly streaming out through the window. A dark, incorporeal stain poured out of the shattered window like the exhalation of utter evil. Although it had no shape, no form, it was somehow crystal clear to Richard that this was something beyond mere wickedness. This was a scourge, like death itself, on the hunt. As the inky shadow slipped through the window and out into the night, it suddenly began to disintegrate into 1,000 fluttering shapes that darted off in every direction, the cold darkness decomposing, melting into the night, dissolving into the heart of the blackest shadows. Richard hung by one arm, panting, unable to move, watching, waiting for the thing to coalesce suddenly before his face and rip him apart. The hillside fell under the spell of a still hush. Death's shadow had seemingly become part of the night. The cicadas, until then silent, started in again. As they began their shrill songs, the rising sound moved in a wave across the vast expanse of grounds off toward the distant statue. "Lord Rawle!" a man below shouted. "Hold on!" The man, wearing a small-brimmed hat similar to Ishak's, scrambled around the building, heading for the door. Richard didn't think that he could hang on by his one arm until someone came to help him. He groaned in pain, but managed to twist himself around enough to lunge and with his other hand grasp the window-sill, his legs swinging to and fro over a frightening drop. He was relieved to find that just taking some of the weight off his one arm helped ease the pain. He had just pulled his upper body in through the shattered window when he heard people spilling into the room. The lantern was gone, probably buried, so it was hard to see. Men scrambled over the rubble littering the floor, their boots crunching shattered bits of the wall, snapping fragments of broken wooden furniture. Powerful hands seized him under his arms, while others grabbed his belt to help lift him back inside. In the nearly pitch-black room, it was difficult to get his bearings. "Did you see it?" Richard asked the men as he still struggled to get his breath. "Did you see the thing that came out of the window?" Some of the men coughed on the dust, while others spoke up that they hadn't seen anything. "We heard the noise, the crashing, and the window breaking," one of them said. "I thought the whole building was coming down." Someone appeared with a candle and lit a lantern. The orange glow illuminated a startling sight. A second man, and then a third, held a lantern out to be set alight. Amid the swirling dust, the room was a confusing jumble, what with the bed overturned, the washstand embedded halfway through the far wall, and a hill of rubble across the floor. In the flickering light, Richard was able to better see the roughly round hole that had been blown through the wall. Broken lumber around the edges all jutted into his room, indicating the direction of intrusion. That was hardly a surprise. The size of the hole, though, was surprising. It spanned nearly the entire distance from floor to ceiling. Most of what had once been the wall now lay shattered all over the floor. Long, splintered boards knitted together sections of lath and chunks of plaster. He couldn't imagine how something that had made such a large rupture could have then made it out a window. Richard spotted his sword and worked it out from under broken boards. He propped it up against the windowsill where it would be handy if he needed it, although he wasn't sure what his sword could have done against whatever it was that had come through the wall only to dissolve into the night. Men coughed from the thick dust still swirling through the air. Richard saw in the lantern light that they were all covered with the white dust, making them look like a gathering of ghosts. He saw that he, too, was covered in the white plaster. The only difference was that he was also bleeding from dozens of small cuts. The blood looked all the more stark against the white powder. He briefly brushed some of the plaster dust from his hair, face, and arms. Worried about others who might have been buried or hurt, Richard took one of the lanterns from a man standing nearby and then scrambled to the top of the rubble. He held up the light, peering into the darkness beyond the hole. The sight was astounding. Although not unexpected, because he had heard and felt each one of those walls being violently breached. Each wall, in a straight line all the way back through the building, had a hole smashed through it. All the holes were similar to the one in the wall to his room. At the end, Richard could see stars through the round opening in the far outside wall. He stepped carefully over long, jagged fragments of wood. Some of the pile caved in under his weight, and it was a struggle to get his foot back out. Other than sporadic coughing, the men were mostly silent as they looked around in awe at the damage wrought by something unknown, something powerful that had vanished into the night. Through the swirling dust, Richard saw, then, Kara, standing in the middle of her room, looking off in the same direction as he, off toward the hole in the outside. Her back was to him, her feet spread in a defensive stance. Her aegil was gripped tightly in her right fist. Nietzsche, a flame dancing above her upturned palm, rushed into Richard's room through the broken doorway.
"Richard, are you all right?"
From atop the wreckage, Richard rubbed his left shoulder as he moved the arm. "I guess so," Nietzsche murmured angrily under her breath as she stepped carefully over debris. "Any idea what's going on?" one of the men asked. "I'm not sure," Richard said. "Was anyone hurt?" The men all peered around at each other. A few offered that they didn't think so, that everyone they knew was accounted for and safe. Another man said that the other rooms on the top floor had been unoccupied. "Kara?" Richard called as he leaned into the dark hole. "Kara, are you all right?" Kara didn't answer, nor did she move. She stood fixed in the same stance. His anxiety growing, Richard scrambled the rest of the way over the tangled boards and crumbled plaster. Page 181. Using one hand against the ceiling to help him balance atop the unstable debris, he stepped through the hole into Kara's room. The destruction was much the same as it had been in his room. 2 walls, rather than just one, were holed, but the impact had thrown the material from the second wall into Richard's room. The glass in her window, too, was blown out, but the door still hung, if crookedly, in place. Kara stood directly in the center line between the 2 holes, but she was backed closer to the void in the wall into Richard's room. Wreckage lay all around her. Her leather outfit appeared to have kept her from being shredded by the flying debris. "Kara?" Richard called again as he made his way down the shifting pile of rubble. Kara stood unmoving in the dark room, still staring off into the distance. Nietzsche scrambled over the broken boards and plaster and through the hole in the wall. She seized Richard's arm briefly for support as she caught up with him.
"Kara?"
Nietzsche said, as she brought her hand holding the flame around in front of Kara's face. Richard held up the lantern. Kara's eyes were opened wide, staring yet unseeing. Tears had left damp trails through the dust on her face. She still hadn't moved from her defensive stance, but now that he was close, Richard could see that her entire body trembled. He gripped her arm, but, startled, drew back. She was as cold as ice.
"Kara, can you hear us?"
Nietzsche touched Kara's shoulder, and with the same surprise as Richard, drew back. Kara didn't react. It was as if she really were frozen in place. Nietzsche held the flame up close to the moored Sith's face. Her skin looked almost pale blue, but with the way she was covered in a layer of white dust, he wasn't sure if that was really true or not. Richard slipped an arm around Kara's waist. It was like putting his arm around a block of ice. His instinct was to draw back, but he refused to allow himself to do so. He realized by how his shoulder hurt that he wasn't going to easily be able to lift her by himself. He looked back at the faces framed in the ragged round hole in the wall. "Could some of you help me with her?" Men scrambled over the wreckage, spilling into Kara's room, causing yet more dust to billow up. With others bringing light close, Nietzsche let the small flame extinguish as she stepped close to the moored Sith. The men gathered into a knot as they silently watched the sorceress. Frowning in concentration, she pressed the flats of her hands to Kara's temples. With a cry, Nietzsche staggered back. Richard reached out with his free hand and caught her elbow to prevent her from tumbling backwards over the tangled rubble.
Dear spirits,
Nietzsche whispered, panting to catch her breath as if from unexpected pain. What? Richard asked. What is it? The sorceress placed her hands over her heart, still gulping air as she recovered from the unexpected.
she's barely alive.
With his chin, Richard pointed to the door. Let's get her out of here. Nietzsche nodded.
Downstairs, my room.
Richard, without thinking, swept Kara up in his arms. Fortunately, the men were right there to help when they saw him wince in pain.
Dear Creator, one of the men exclaimed as he lifted her leg. She's as cold as the keeper's heart.
Come on, Richard said. Help me get her downstairs. Once they lifted her, Kara's limbs were easily moved, although they wouldn't go limp. The men helping Richard carry Kara shuffled through the rubble. One of the men kicked the broken door out of the way. They carried her down the narrow stairs, feet first. Richard held her shoulders. At the bottom of the stairs, Nietzsche directed them into her room and to the bed. They gently laid Kara down as Nietzsche first yanked the covers out from under the stricken woman. Once Kara was settled into the bed, Nietzsche immediately covered her with the blankets. Kara's blue eyes were still opened wide, staring, it seemed, into some distant nothingness. Occasionally, a tear set out from the corner of her eye on a slow journey across her cheek. Her chin, her shoulders, her arms trembled. Richard pried Kara's fingers open, making her release the aegil she still had in a death grip. Her eyes showed no reaction. He endured the excruciating pain of touching her aegil until he got it out of her grip and was able to release it to hang by the chain around her wrist.
Why don't you all wait outside? Nietzsche said in a quiet voice. Give me some time to see what I can do.
The men made their way out, saying that they were going back on patrol or to stand guard in case they were needed. If that thing comes back, Richard told them, don't try to stop it. Come get me. One of the men cocked his head in puzzlement. What thing, Lord Rahl? What is it we're supposed to be looking for? I'm not sure. All I was able to see was a huge shadow as it came through the wall and then went out the window. The man looked upward. If it broke that hole through the wall to get through, then how did it get out a small window? I don't know, Richard admitted. I guess I didn't really get a good look at it. The man glanced up again, as if he could see the wreckage above. We'll keep our eyes wide open. You can be sure of that. It was then that Richard remembered that he'd left his sword up in his room. It made him uneasy to be without it. He wanted to go get it, but he didn't want to leave Kara's side. After the last man had left, Nietzsche sat on the side of the bed as she held a hand over Kara's forehead. Richard knelt close. What do you think is wrong? He asked. Nietzsche let the hand settle on Kara's forehead.
I have no idea.
But you can do something to make her better? Nietzsche's answer was a long moment in coming.
I'm not sure. Whatever I can do, though, I will.
Richard took hold of Kara's still trembling, frigid hand. Do you think we should shut her eyes? She hasn't even blinked. Nietzsche nodded.
Probably not a bad idea. I think it's the dust making her tears run.
One at a time, Nietzsche carefully shut Kara's eyes. It somehow made Richard feel better that Kara wasn't staring at nothing. Nietzsche returned her hand to Kara's forehead as she placed her other hand high on her chest. While Nietzsche held her wrist and ankle and slipped a hand under the back of Kara's neck, Richard went to the wash basin and returned with a wet cloth. He carefully washed Kara's face and brushed some of the dust and bits of plaster out of her hair. Through the wet cloth, he could feel the icy cold of her flesh. With as warm and humid as it was, Richard couldn't understand how she could be this cold. He remembered then how when the black thing had come crashing into his room, the air had suddenly gone icy cold. He remembered the painfully cold touch as he brushed past it as he leaped out the window. "Don't you have any idea what's wrong with her?" Richard asked. Nietzsche absently shook her head as she concentrated on pressing the palms of both hands against Kara's temples. "Any idea what that thing was that came through the walls?" Nietzsche turned to look up at him. "What?" "I asked if you had any idea what could have done this. What crashed through the walls?" Nietzsche looked exasperated by the question. "Richard, go wait outside, please." "But I want to be in here with her." Nietzsche gently took his wrist and lifted his hand off of Kara's. "You are interfering. Please, Richard, let me do this alone. It's easier without you watching over my shoulder." Richard felt awkward being in the way. "If it will help Kara." "It will," she said, as she turned back to the woman in her bed. He stood and watched briefly. Nietzsche was already absorbed in slipping a hand under Kara's back. "Go," the sorceress murmured. "The thing that came through our rooms was cold." Nietzsche looked back over her shoulder. "Cold?" Richard nodded. "It was so cold that I could see my breath. It felt painfully cold to be near it." Nietzsche considered his words briefly before turning back to Kara. "Thank you for the information. When I can, I will come out and let you know how she is doing, I promise." Richard felt helpless. He stood in the doorway for a moment, watching the almost imperceptible movement of Kara's shallow breathing. The lamplight lit Nietzsche's fall of blonde hair as she leaned over the moored Sith, working to find out what was wrong. Richard had the awful feeling that he knew what was wrong with Kara. He feared that she had been touched by death itself. Chapter 17. After pulling his pack from the rubble, Richard briefly cleaned himself up and put on a shirt. He also put on his sword. He didn't know what had crashed into the building, but it seemed pretty likely that it had been coming for him. He had no idea if his sword would help him fight such a thing, but it did make him feel a little bit better having it at hand. Outside, the night air was still and warm. One of the men saw him emerge from the door and stepped closer. "How is Mistress Kara?" "We don't know yet. She's alive. That's encouraging, at least." The man nodded. Richard recognized the man's hat. "You were the one who saw me hanging from the window?" "That's right." "Did you get a look at the thing that attacked us?" "I'm afraid not. I heard all the commotion, looked up, and there you were hanging by one arm. I thought you might fall. That's all I saw." "No dark thing coming out of the window?" The man clasped his hands behind his back as he thought about it a moment. "No, except maybe I might have just caught the shadow of something. At the most, that's all I might have seen, a glimpse of a shadow. I was more concerned with getting up there before you fell." After thanking the man, Richard walked for a time without really thinking about where he was going. He felt as if he were in a daze, his thoughts as heavy and dark as the muggy night. Everything he knew and cared about seemed to be disintegrating. He felt helpless. The murky humidity obscured the stars, and the moon hadn't come up yet, but the lights burning in the city all around, reflecting off the haze, provided enough light for him to make his way to the edge of the hill. He felt useless, not being able to help Kara. She had so many times been there to help him. This time, she had faced something that was more than she could handle. At the brink of the drop, Richard stood for a time, gazing off at the statue of Spirit in the distance. Victor had made the ring of iron stanchions that held the torches. Kalen, fascinated by the process, had stood for most of a day in the blacksmith's sweltering shop, watching him shape the white-hot iron. Victor had not frowned once that day, but had smiled at her genuine interest as he showed her how he worked the metal to achieve what he wanted. Richard also remembered Kalen's awe at seeing that carving of hers being reproduced in towering white marble. He remembered when that small statue in buttery, smooth, rich, aromatic walnut was finally returned to her, and she had clutched it to her breast. He had watched the way her fingers had glided lovingly over the flowing robes. Richard remembered, too, the way her green eyes had then looked up into his eyes. Having no one believe him about Kalen made him feel completely alone and isolated. He'd never been in a situation like this before, where people who sincerely cared about him, thought that he was only imagining the things he told them. It was a frightening, helpless feeling to have people think he was out of touch with reality. But even that was not nearly as frightening as his worry about what might have become of Kalen. He didn't know what to do to find her. All he knew for sure was that he had to get help. He didn't know if that help would be forthcoming, but he fully intended to do whatever was necessary to make sure he got it. After a time, he made his way back to the inn. Jamila was at the bottom of the stairs, sweeping up dust and bits of plaster. She eyed him as he walked in.
"You must pay for this."
"What do you mean?" With the handle of her broom, she pointed up the stairs.
"The damage. I have seen the place up there. You must pay for fixing it."
Richard was taken aback. "But I didn't do it."
"It's your fault."
"My fault? I was in my room. I didn't cause the damage, and I don't know what did."
"You and the woman were the only two in rooms up there. The rooms were fine when you took them. Now they are a mess. It will cost a lot to fix them. I didn't cause the damage. Why should I have to pay? The damage is your fault, so you must pay, including for the loss of rent while they are being repaired."
She had demanded he pay for fixing the rooms without first asking how Kara was, or even expressing concern for her. "I will give Ishak my permission to deduct the cost from what he owes me," Richard glared at the woman. "Now, if you will excuse me." With the back of his hand, he pushed her aside as he stepped past her into the dark hall. She huffed at him before turning back to her sweeping. Not knowing where else to go, he paced slowly up and down the hall. Jamila finally finished collecting the debris from the first floor and trundled off to other business as he continued to pace. He finally sat with his back against the wall opposite the door to Nietzsche's room. He didn't know what else to do, where else to go. He wanted to see Kara. Richard drew his knees up and locked his fingers over them. He rested his chin on the back of his hands as he thought about what Jamila had said. In a way, she was right. The thing had been coming for him. Had he not been there, it wouldn't have happened. If anyone else had been hurt or killed, he would really be to blame for bringing danger near them. If not for him, Kara wouldn't be hurt. He cautioned himself to put the blame on the guilty. That was Jagang and those working toward his goals. It was Jagang who had ordered the creation of the beast that was coming after Richard. Kara had simply been in the way. Kara had been trying to protect him from what Jagang and the Sisters of the Dark had created. As Richard thought about Victor's men, who had been killed a few days back, probably by that same beast, he couldn't help but to feel the awful weight of guilt. And yet, the thing that had come into the inn had not harmed him. Richard had no doubt that it would have, but then it had simply vanished before its sinister work was finished. He couldn't imagine why it would do such a thing, or why it had come through the walls the way it had. After all, if it went out the window, why didn't it just break in through the window in the first place? Whatever it was had demonstrated awareness by heading right for his room. Had it come in the window, it would likely have had him before he knew what was happening. The thing that had killed Victor's men had behaved differently. Kara had not been ripped to shreds in the way they had, although it was clear that she had been seriously hurt. He began to question that it really had been the same creature that had killed Victor's men. What if Jagang had created more than one beast, more than one weapon to come after him? What if the Sisters of the Dark had spawned an army of creatures to hunt him? All the questions seemed to swirl around in his mind, unable to form into answers. Richard jumped when Nietzsche shook his shoulder. He realized that he must have fallen asleep.
"What?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "What time is it? How long has it been?"
"It's been a few hours," Nietzsche said in a quiet, tired voice. "It's the middle of the night."
Richard rose expectantly to his feet. "Kara's all right, then? You healed her?" Nietzsche stared at him for what seemed an eternity. It felt to Richard as he looked into Nietzsche's timeless eyes as if his heart were coming up in his throat. "Richard," she finally said in a voice so soft and compassionate that it made his breathing stop, "Kara isn't going to make it." Richard blinked at the words, trying to be certain that he understood what Nietzsche was really saying. "I don't understand."
He cleared his throat.
"What do you mean?"
Nietzsche gently laid a hand on his arm. "I think you should come in and see her while she is still with us."
Richard seized her shoulders. "What are you talking about?"
"Richard," Nietzsche's gaze sank to the floor, "Kara isn't going to make it. She is dying. She won't live the night."
Richard tried to retreat from the sorceress, but his back met the wall. "From what? What's wrong with her?"
"I don't know exactly. She's been touched by something that has brought death into her. I don't know how to explain it, because I don't really know exactly what she is dying from. All I know is that it has overwhelmed her body's defenses, and moment by moment she is slipping away."
"But Kara is strong. She'll fight it. She'll make it."
Nietzsche was shaking her head. "No, Richard, she won't. I don't want to give you false hope. She is dying. I think she may even want to die."
Richard came forward off the wall. "What? That's crazy. She has no reason to want to die."
"You can't say that, Richard. You don't know what she is going through. You don't know her reasons. Maybe the suffering is too much for her. Maybe she can't endure the pain and she only wants it to end."
"If not for herself, Kara would do anything to stay alive in order to protect me."
Nietzsche licked her lips as she gave his arm a reassuring squeeze. "Maybe you're right, Richard."
Richard didn't like being humored. He looked from the door back to the sorceress. "Nietzsche, you can save her. You know how to do such things."
"Look, you had better come see her before—"
"You have to do something. You have to."
Nietzsche hugged her arms around herself. She looked away, her eyes brimming with tears. "I swear, Richard, I tried everything I knew or could think of. Nothing was of any help. Death already has her spirit, and I can no longer reach that far. She is breathing, but barely. Her heart is weak and nearly gone. Her whole body is shutting down as she slips away. I'm not even sure that she is really even still alive in the sense we think of as a person being alive. She is only here by a thread, and that thread will not hold for long."
"But can't—"
He could think of no words to hold back the weight of grief beginning to slide in on him. "Please, Richard," Nietzsche whispered, "come see her before she is gone. Say what you would to her while you have the chance. You will forever hate yourself if you don't." Richard felt numb as Nietzsche led him into the room. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. This was Kara. Kara was like the sun. She couldn't die. She was his friend. She couldn't die. Chapter 18. The feeble glow of 2 lanterns failed to do much to brighten the murky room. The smaller one sat on a table in the corner, as if cowering in the presence of death itself. The other stood on a bedside table beside a glass of water and a damp cloth, struggling to hold the gathered shadows at bay. A brocade bed cover with luxuriant gold fringe was draped over Kara, her arms limp atop it, one of its corners hanging down over the side of the bed to puddle on the floor. Kara didn't look like Kara. She looked cadaverous. Even in the golden light of the lamp, her face looked ashen. Richard didn't see her breathing. He could hardly draw a breath himself. He could feel his knees trembling. The lump in his throat seemed as if it might choke him. He wanted to fall on her and beg her to wake. Nietzsche leaned close, gently touching Kara's face. Her fingers slid down to the side of her neck. Richard noticed that Kara's terrible shuddering had finally ceased. He didn't think that was the good news it might appear to be. Is she... Nietzsche looked back over her shoulder.
She's still breathing, but I'm afraid it's coming slower.
Richard worked his tongue, wetting the roof of his mouth so that he could form words. You know, Kara has a man she cares about.
She does? Really?
Richard nodded. Most people don't think that Mord Sith can ever really care about anyone, but they can. Kara cares about a soldier, General Meifert. Benjamin cares for her, too.
You know him?
Yes. He's a good man. Richard stared at the blonde braid lying over Kara's shoulder and out over the brocade bed cover. I haven't seen him for ages. He's with the Daharan army. Nietzsche looked skeptical.
And Kara admitted to you that she cares about this man?
Richard shook his head as he stared at Kara's familiar face. Her beautiful face was now sunken and pale, and only looked like a ghost of her former self. No, Kalen told me. The two of them became pretty close over the course of the year they were with the Daharan army, while you had me down here in Al-Turang. Nietzsche looked away and fussed with the covers over Kara. As Richard stepped closer, Nietzsche moved over to a chair beside the table to be out of his way. He felt as if he were outside of his own body, watching from somewhere above, watching himself go to one knee, watching himself take up Kara's cold hand, watching himself hold it to his cheek. "Dear spirits, don't do this to her," he whispered. "Please," he added with a choking sob, "don't take her." He looked over at Nietzsche. "She wanted to die as a Mord Sith fighting for our cause, not in bed." Nietzsche offered the smallest of smiles.
She had her wish.
The words, making it sound as if Kara was already dead, hit him like a blow. He couldn't allow this to happen. He just couldn't. Kalen was gone, and now this. He just couldn't let it happen. He cupped a hand to Kara's icy face. It felt like touching the dead. Richard swallowed back the tears. "Nietzsche, you're a sorceress. You saved me when I was near death. No one else but you would have ever been able to come up with a solution. No one but you could have saved me. Isn't there anything at all that you can think of to do for Kara?" Nietzsche slipped forward off the chair to kneel beside him. She took up his hand and held it to her lips. He felt a tear fall onto the back of the hand she so tenderly held, as if she were a humble subject beseeching her king's forgiveness.
"I'm so sorry, Richard, but there isn't. I hope you know that I would do anything it took if I could save her, but I can't. This is beyond my ability. A time comes when we all have to die. Her time has come, and I can't change it."
Richard blinked at the watery sight of the death scene, the room barely lit by the weak light of two small flames. The bed holding Kara seemed to float by itself in that light, with darkness waiting all around her. He nodded. "Nietzsche, please, could you leave me alone with her? I want to be alone with her when the time comes that... It's nothing against you, it's just that I think I should be alone with her."
"I understand, Richard."
Nietzsche's fingers touched his back as she stood, and then, as if reluctant to break that contact with the living, trailed along his shoulder as she moved past.
"I'll be close by if you need me," she said,
as her living touch ended. The door softly shut behind her, leaving the room in silence. Even though the heavy drapes were closed over the window, Richard could hear the ceaseless chorus of the cicadas outside. He could no longer hold back the tears. He laid his head on Kara's middle as he sobbed, clutching her limp hand. "Kara, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. It was after me, not you. I'm so sorry. Please, Kara, don't leave me. I need you so much." Kara was the only one who followed him because she believed in him. She might have agreed with Nietzsche that he was dreaming up Kalin, but she still believed in him. With Kara, that wasn't a contradiction. More and more lately, it seemed that her faith in him was all that was holding him together and keeping him focused on what he had to do. There were frightening moments when he no longer knew if he believed in himself. It was so hard to face an entire world that thought he was delusional. It was so hard to do what he believed in when almost no one believed in him. But Kara believed in him even if she didn't believe in Kalin's existence. There was something unique about that sentiment, something unlike even Nietzsche or Victor's respect for him. He held Kara's face in both hands as he kissed her forehead. He hoped she wasn't suffering. He hoped it was a peaceful end to a life that had been anything but peaceful. She was so pale, her breathing so shallow. Her flesh felt as cold as death. Hating that she was so cold, Richard pulled the bed cover aside as he leaned over and slipped his arms around her, hoping that his warmth would help her. "Take my warmth," he whispered in her ear. "Take all you need. Please, Kara, take warmth from me." Lying there holding her, Richard descended into a fog of agony. He knew how much this woman had suffered. He knew what her life had been like. He knew how much she had been hurt. He had endured some of the things she had endured under the mad rule of his father, Darken Rahl. He had suffered some of the same pain and hopelessness. Perhaps more than anyone else, he could truly empathize with her. He knew how strangers had taken her into a world of pain and madness. Richard knew because he had been there too. He had so wanted to bring her back from that dark and terrible place. "Take my warmth, Kara. I'm here for you." He opened himself to her, opened his need to her, opened himself to her need. He clutched her tightly in his arms as he wept against her shoulder. He almost felt that if he were to hold her tight enough, she couldn't slip away into death. Richard could feel as he held her in his arms that she was still alive, and he couldn't bear for that to end. He wished so much that Nietzsche could have done something. If anyone deserved to be healed, it was Kara. At that moment, more than anything, he wanted her to be healed. Richard opened himself, his very soul, to that purpose. He released himself into his empathy for this woman who had given him so much. More than once, she had risked her life to follow his orders. She had often risked her life for him in open defiance of his orders. She had followed him across the world. Countless times she had placed herself between danger and his and Kalin's lives. Kara deserved life, deserved all the goodness in life. He wanted nothing but to make her whole again. He gave all of himself over to that desire. He held back nothing in his focused need to have Kara stay among the living. To that end, to that desperate desire, he consciously sought the life within her as he descended into the swirling current of her agony. As fast as that thought, he found his mind with hers, with her agonizing pain. He held her tight in his arms as he wept with her desolate suffering. He gritted his teeth, held his breath, and pulled her pain into himself. He wanted nothing more than to draw that pain away from her. He spared nothing to protect himself from the onslaught that suddenly inundated him. He felt everything she felt. He suffered everything she suffered. He pressed his open mouth against her shoulder, muffling his scream as the pain lanced through him. They were in an empty, dark, and hopeless place, a lifeless place. He shook with her suffering as he lifted some of her burden. She held tight to the pain, loath to release it, especially to him. But as weak as she was, he was able to draw it anyway. And then he drew yet more. Lifting and uncovering the layers of suffering, he felt the icy touch of death within her. The raw fear at such an encounter was as arresting as anything he had ever confronted. Kara was saturated in that dark and icy sensation. He shook with the suffering he shared with her, with the dread they together felt. His mind twisted with the wrenching pain until it was a terrible and seemingly insurmountable struggle just to maintain his own will to go on. Richard was swept into a coursing cold current of hopeless misery that consumed him. It seemed more than he could bear, and yet he endured it and took on more. He wanted her to take on his strength, his living warmth, but to do that, he would first have to survive pulling that dark poison into himself, while at the same time giving over to her his strength. Time lost all meaning. The pain itself was the embodiment of forever. Death will come often, offering to take you, wanting to take you, he whispered against her ear. Don't accept the offer, Kara. Stay. Don't accept death. I want to die. That single thought came spiraling up through the agonizing desolation. It shocked and terrified him. What if trying to hold on to life was more than she could endure? What if it was more than he could endure? What if he was asking more of her than she could abide, more than he had a right to ask? Kara, he whispered into her ear, I need you to live. Please, I need you to live. I can't. Kara, you are not alone. I'm here with you. Hold on. For me, hold on, and let me help you. Please, let me go. Let me die. I'm begging you. If you care for me, then leave me. Let me die. She began to slip away. He clutched her tighter. He pulled more of her suffering into himself. Her inner self wailed in agony as she fought him. Kara, please, he gasped against the torrent of pain flooding through him. Let me help you. Please don't leave me. I don't want to live. I have failed you. I should have saved you when Nietzsche came to capture you. I know that now. You made me see it. I would die for you, but I failed in my duty, in my promises to myself. There is no reason for me to live. I am not worthy to be your protector. Please, let me go. Richard was stunned to grasp the despair in her longing, but more than that, he was horrified by it. He gathered that pain, too, and lifted it from her. He took it even as she tried to hold on to it, to slip away from him. Kara, I love you. Please don't leave me. I need you. He fought to draw more of her agony into himself. He overpowered her resistance and took more yet. She was unable to stop him. He lifted the ashen robes of death, dragging her down. Richard held her tight in his arms as he opened his heart, his need, his soul. She wailed in heartbreak. He understood the crushing loneliness. I'm with you, Kara. You aren't alone. Richard soothed her even as he struggled to endure the stunning agony of the evil that had touched her. It was not simply the pain of it, but the bleak horror of it that was killing her. And now that same cold desolation was slowly crushing him, and at the same time her blinding suffering blocked his healing power from flowing into her. He suddenly felt as if he had swum out to save a drowning person,
and now they were both caught up in the same savage torrent, and they were both drowning together in the black waters of death. If he was to have a chance, if she was, he first had to lift enough of her suffering. He had to hold the weight of it for her. He pulled the pain onward, heedless of it, welcoming it, drawing it with all his might. When he felt that full weight of misery and anguish gathered into the core of himself, he had to struggle mightily to hold on to his own life at the same time as he let flow his power, his healing strength, his healing heart. Richard had never been taught how to heal, how to direct his power. He could only let the warmth of it flow into her. "I don't want to live. I have failed you. Please let me die." "Why do you want to leave me? Why?" "Because only in that way can I serve you. Because then you can have another who will not fail you." "Kara, that isn't true. Something is wrong. Something neither of us understands." Through the pain, Richard fought to get the words out. "You didn't fail me. You have to believe me. You must believe in me. That is what I need more than anything, for you to be with me and believe in me. It is you I need, not your service. Please, I need you. I need you to live. That is the service. Your life makes mine better." He fought with all his might to hold on, to hold Kara with him, but the weight of the darkness within seemed bottomless. As the barriers of his restraint collapsed, he felt as if he were plunging into a molten void, spiraling ever downward into that dark shadow that had come through the wall for him. He saw flashes of it as she had seen it, saw the heart-stopping terror of it crashing in on her. That was the core of her dread, that vile thing, that death incarnate coming for him right through her. This was not the gentle dissolution of consciousness into the void of non-existence. This was every nightmare come to life, come to rip the life out of the living. This was dark death descending upon her all alone and defenseless, that merciless reaper of souls come to rip hers out while she screamed her life away. As she'd stood before it, blocking its way, she had taken its deadly touch. He understood then that Kara felt she had failed him before, with Nietzsche, and this time she had been determined to die to prove her oath. Madness still dwelt within her. She believed that death falling in upon her would be her redemption in his eyes, and so she refused to shrink before it. She wanted to die for him, to prove herself to him. As it had come through the wall and through her room, Kara had tried to steal the power from death itself. Richard felt that torturous touch envelop him in its all-consuming agony. It was a touch so cold it began to freeze his heart. The world began slipping away from him as it had begun to slip away from her. He was lost in the crushing pain of that deadly touch. Chapter 19. It felt to Richard as if he were trapped beneath the ice in the swift raven waters of a frozen river. The shadow of panic swirled ever closer around him. He was exhausted and didn't have any reserve of strength left. As the specter of failure loomed, and the full realization of what such a failure would mean came to him, he rallied his will and exerted greater effort to fight his way toward the remote light of consciousness. Even though he was aware that he had managed to come partially awake, he was still in some distant, deep place and having difficulty completing the journey. He struggled to rise up, struggled for the life above, but couldn't break through. Even as Richard tried to press himself harder, it seemed too difficult, too far. For the first time, he considered the peace of surrender, truly considered it, as had she before it had dragged her under. The deadly fangs of failure hovered closer. Driven by the fright of the full realization of everything that such a defeat would mean, he drew together his strength, focused his will, and with desperate passion reached toward the world of life. With a gasp, his eyes opened. The pain had been crushing. He felt dizzy and sick from the encounter with such malevolence. He still trembled with the power of it. After such raw inner violence, he feared that every hammer beat of his heart might be the last. The slick touch of depravity had bequeathed him a repugnant memory of the gagging stench of rotting corpses, making it nearly impossible to draw the full breath he needed. He had reached into Kara's soul, and he had felt an alien evil lurking there, within her, sucking the life from her, pulling her into the dark eternity of death. It had been a debilitating dread beyond anything he had ever felt before, beyond the mere fear of the black abyss of eternity. It had been the grinning, naked vow of unimaginable terrors that were coming for him. At first it had seemed that he had touched the icy face of death itself, but he now knew that he hadn't. Despite his revulsion, he knew that it was something other than simply death. Death was merely a part of its poisonous architecture. Death was inanimate. This was not. He hurt so much that he was unsure at that moment if he would have the strength to ever stand again, the strength required to live. His bones ached. The marrow of his bones ached. He couldn't seem to stop trembling. Yet the pain was more than mere physical agony. It was an abhorrent misery that had seeped through his soul and touched every aspect of his existence. The quiet room at last began to float into focus around him. The lamps still held back the veil of darkness. Beyond the heavy drapes, the cicadas still sang their song of life. Lying on the bed, still embracing Kara protectively in his arms, Richard was at last able to draw the full breath he so desperately needed. As he did, he relished the fragrance of her hair, savored the scent of the warm, moist skin along the curve of her neck, and in so doing, the agony began to recede. He felt Kara's arms tightly embracing him. Downy, soft hair behind her ear caressed the side of his face. "Kara," he whispered. She reached up and ran a hand tenderly down the back of his head as she unashamedly held him against her. "Shh," she soothed in his ear. "It's all right." He was having trouble making sense of things. He was somewhat disoriented to find himself holding Kara in his arms, to find her holding him so tenderly in hers, to realize they were locked in such an intimate embrace. He could feel the entire length of her pressed against him, but then nothing could be more intimate than what they had shared in that dark place as they together faced the evil that had taken her. He ran his tongue across his cracked lips and tasted salty tears. "Kara." She nodded against the side of his face. "Shh," she soothed again. "It's all right. I'm with you. I won't leave you." He drew away just enough to look into her eyes. They were blue and clear, revealing a depth he had never seen before. She studied his face with a kind of caring, knowing sympathy. At that moment, he clearly saw in her eyes that this was Kara, and no more. In that moment, he saw that the appellation of Mord Sith had been stripped away down to her soul. In that moment, it was Kara, the woman, the individual, and nothing else. It was as revealing and profound a view of her as he had ever had. It was startlingly beautiful. "You are a very rare person, Richard Rall." The soft breath of her words against his face soothed some of the lingering pain as seductively as did her arms, as did her eyes, as did her words, as did the living, breathing warmth of her. Even so, the agony he had lifted from her still coursed through him, seeking to pull him back toward darkness and death. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he fought it with his love of life and with his joy that Kara was alive. "I am a wizard," he whispered back. She stared up into his eyes
as she slowly shook her head in wonder. There has never been a Lord Rahl like you before. I swear, there never has. With her arms around his neck, she pulled his head closer and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, Lord Rahl, for bringing me back. Thank you for saving me. You made me see again that I want to live. It is I who is supposed to be protecting your life, and you are the one to risk yours to save me. She again searched his eyes with leisurely satisfaction. It was completely unlike the way a Mord Sith had of gazing through a person, of seeing all the way into their soul. This was an emotion of regard born of her appreciation for his value to her. In the purest sense, it was love. She showed absolutely no reticence in him seeing her feelings laid bare. He supposed that, after what they had just shared, any such modesty would be pointless. He knew, though, that this was more, that this was Kara, sincere, unafraid, and unashamed. There has never been a Lord Rahl like you.
Kara, you don't know how glad I am to have you back with me.
She held his head in both her hands and kissed his forehead. Oh, but I do know. I know what you suffered for me this night. I know very well how much you wanted me back. I know very well what you did for me. She slipped her arms around his neck again and hugged him tight. I have never been afraid like that. Not even when I was first. He touched his fingers to her lips to silence what she had been about to say, for fear that it would break the spell, that it would too soon bring the armor of Mord Sith back into her beautiful blue eyes. He knew what she had been about to say. He knew that madness. Thank you, Lord Rahl, she whispered in wonder when he took his fingers away. Thank you for everything, and for not letting me say what I had been about to say. With a twitch of her brow, pain ghosted across her face. That is why there has never been a Lord Rahl like you before. They all created Mord Sith. They all brought the pain. You ended it. Richard couldn't force any words past the lump in his throat, so he simply brushed her blonde hair from her forehead and smiled at her. He was so happy to have her back that he couldn't put it into words. He gazed around the room then, trying to judge how late it was. I don't know how long it took you to heal me, she said as she watched him surveying the curtains for any sign of the approach of dawn. But after you did, you were so exhausted that you seemed to collapse into sleep. I couldn't wake you. I didn't want to wake you. Her arms still loosely around his neck, she gazed up at him with a blissful smile, looking as if she never wanted to move. I was so weak that I fell asleep as well.
Kara, we have to get out of here.
What do you mean?
Richard pushed himself up, the urgency of the situation becoming all too clear. His head spun sickeningly. I used magic to heal you. She nodded, looking uncharacteristically content at the mention of magic and her in the same breath. This had been magic that had shown her the wonder of life. What he was getting at abruptly became clear to her. She sat up in a rush, but had to put a hand back to steady herself. Richard stood on trembling legs. He realized then that he was still wearing his sword. He was glad to have it at hand. If Jagang's beast is around, then it might have sensed that I used my gift. I don't know where it might be, but I'd not like to be lying here when it returns.
Nor would I. Once was enough for a lifetime.
He held out an arm and helped her stand. She balanced in a stiff posture for a moment before gathering her senses and loosening her pose. It somehow seemed startling to him to see that she was dressed in her red leather. After having been so close to her, after having been within her, in a sense, clothes seemed somehow alien. In some inexplicable manner, Kara drew the aura of Mord Sith around herself. She smiled, the composed confidence in that smile lifting his heart. I'm all right, she said, as if to tell him to stop worrying. I'm back with you. The steel was back in her eyes. Kara was indeed back. Richard nodded. Me too. I'm feeling better now that I'm waking up. He gestured to her pack. "Let's get our things and get moving." Chapter 20. Nietzsche stood at the edge of the hill, hands clasped, gazing across the grounds at the white marble statue lit by torches. The people of Al-Turang had thought that such a noble figure, a symbol of liberty for them, should never go dark, and so it was always lit. Nietzsche had slowly paced the gloomy hall in the inn for much of the night, dispirited about the life slipping away on the other side of the door. She had tried everything she knew to save Kara, but it had been hopeless. Nietzsche didn't know Kara all that well, but she certainly knew Richard. She probably knew him better than anyone alive, except perhaps his grandfather Zed. She didn't know his past so well, the stories about his childhood or that sort of thing. She knew Richard the man. She knew him down to the core of his soul. There was no one alive she knew better. She understood the depth of his grief at losing Kara. Throughout the vigil, Nietzsche's gift, unbidden, had brought her the sounds of some of that open misery. It broke Nietzsche's heart to have Richard suffer such a loss. She would have done anything to have spared him that. At one point she had thought to go in and comfort Richard's grief, to ease some of it by sparing him at least a bit of the loneliness of it. The door would not open. While it was puzzling, what she could sense told her that there were only two people inside, and what she could hear told her that there was nothing more than simple sorrow on the other side, so she hadn't tried to force open the stuck door. Unable to bear the pain of listening to Richard's supplications to Kara as she lay dying, Nietzsche had eventually gone outside, finally ending up staring out across the black chasm of night to the statue he had created. Other than being with Richard himself, there were few things Nietzsche would rather do than gaze at the majestic things he had created. Sometimes, the death of someone close had a way of making people see the world in a new light, a way of making them come back to those things that were most important in life. She wondered what Richard would do once Kara passed away, if it would jolt him back to reality, and he would finally abandon the search for phantoms and stand with the people who wanted to be free of the imperial order. Hearing footsteps and then her name called, Nietzsche turned. It was Richard with someone else, approaching through the shadows. Nietzsche's heart sank. That could only mean that Kara's ordeal had finally ended. As Richard came close, Nietzsche saw who was with him.
"Dear spirits, Richard,"
she whispered, her eyes going wide.
"What have you done?"
In the dim light of the distant torches, Kara looked perfectly alive and well. "Lord Ral healed me," she said offhandedly, as if such an accomplishment had been a minor task of no more note than if he had helped her to fetch water. Nietzsche stared in shock. "How?" was all she could say. Richard looked as weary as if he had been through a battle. She half expected to see him covered in blood. "I couldn't stand the thought of not doing something to try to help her," he said. "I suppose that the need was strong enough so that I was able to somehow do what I needed to do in order to heal her." The meaning of why that door wouldn't open suddenly became all too clear. He had indeed been through a battle, and he was, in a sense, covered in blood, just not the kind one could see. Nietzsche leaned toward him. "You used your gift." It was a charge, not a question. Nonetheless, he answered it. "I guess so." "You guess so." Nietzsche wished she could make herself not sound like she was mocking him. "I tried everything I knew. Nothing I did was able to reach her. I couldn't heal her. What did you do? And how did you manage to touch your Han?" Richard shrugged self-consciously. "I'm not exactly sure of it all. I held her, and I could feel that she was dying. I could feel her slipping farther and farther away. I kind of let myself, my mind, sink down into her, down into the core of who she is, down to where she needed the help. Once I reached that place of union with her, I collected her pain into myself so that she would have enough strength to take the warmth of life I offered her." Nietzsche understood very well the elaborate phenomenon he was describing, but she was astounded to hear it explained in such incidental terms. It was as if she had asked him how he carved such a lifelike statue in marble, and he had said of his masterwork that he just cut off all the stone that didn't belong. While accurate, such an explanation was casual to the point of absurdity.
You took upon yourself what was killing her?
I had to. Nietzsche pressed her fingertips to her temples. Even she, with all the power she had at her disposal, and she had considerable power, to say nothing of her training, experience, and knowledge, could not undertake such a deed. She had to make an effort to slow her hammering heart.
Do you have any idea at all of the danger involved in such an endeavor?
Richard looked a little ill at ease by the heated tone of her questions. It was the only way, Nietzsche, he said in simple summary.
It was the only way, she repeated in astonishment. She could not believe what she was hearing. Do you have any idea how much power it takes to embark on such a voyage of the soul, much less to ever come back from such a place, or the peril in going there?
He stuck his hands in his pockets as if he were a child being upbraided for misbehaving. All I know is that it was the only way to get Kara back.
And he did, Kara said, pointing a finger at Nietzsche not only for emphasis, but to stress her defense of him. Lord Rahl came for me.
Nietzsche stared at the moored Sith.
Richard went to the brink of the world of the dead for you, and perhaps beyond.
Kara stole a glance at Richard.
He did?
Nietzsche slowly nodded.
Your spirit had already slipped into a twilight realm. You were beyond my reach. That was why I could not heal you.
Well, Lord Rahl did it.
Yes, he did.
Nietzsche reached out and with a finger lifted Kara's chin.
I hope that as long as you live, you never forget what this man has just done for you. I doubt there is anyone living who would have attempted such a thing. He had to.
Kara gave Nietzsche a brazen smile.
Lord Rahl can't get along without me, and he knows it.
Richard turned aside as he smiled to himself. Nietzsche could hardly believe such a casual attitude after such a monumental event. She took a breath in an attempt to control her voice and not give the wrong impression, an impression that she was displeased that he had healed Kara.
You used your gift, Richard. The beast is already about, and you used your gift.
I had to, or we would have lost her.
To Richard it all seemed so simple and straightforward. At least he had the sense not to look as self-satisfied as Kara.
Nietzsche planted her fists on her hips as she leaned closer to him.
Don't you comprehend what you've done? You used your gift again. I warned you before that you must not do so. The beast is already somewhere close, and by using your gift, you just told it right where you are.
What did you expect me to do? Let Kara die?
Yes. She has sworn to protect you with her life. That is her job, her sworn duty. Not helping you bring the beast closer to you. We could easily have lost you in such an attempt, to say nothing of the profound menace you have just awakened. You risked all you mean to the people of Dahara, and your value to our cause, just to save one person. You should have let her go. In saving her, you have only allowed her to bring death to both of you, because the beast will now be able to find you. What just happened will now happen again, only this time there will be no escape. You have just saved Kara's life at the price of your own, and no doubt hers in the bargain. Even as she spoke, Nietzsche knew by the smoldering anger in his eyes that she was not doing a good job of making him see what she meant. Kara's eyes, on the other hand, revealed sudden alarm verging on panic. Richard placed a hand on the back of her neck and gave it a reassuring squeeze, as if to tell her to ignore such a supposition.
That's not certain, Nietzsche. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth. It may be a possibility, but it's not certain. And besides, I wasn't going to let someone I care about die just because it might make me a little safer. I'm already hunted. Letting Kara die wouldn't have changed that.
Nietzsche let her hands flop down against her thighs. He was in no mood to hear anyone speak against saving the life of a woman he cared deeply for. Nietzsche had no idea how she could explain it to him in a way that could make him understand the magnitude of the forces he had invoked or the grave danger he had unleashed. How could she say anything and not have him misunderstand her meaning? In the end, she knew she couldn't. Nietzsche placed a hand on his shoulder. I guess I can't blame you, Richard. I guess that in your place I would have done the same. Someday, when we have the luxury of time, we will have to talk about this. When we are able, I would like you to tell me everything you did. Maybe I can help you learn to better control what you alone were able to harness. If nothing else, maybe I can at least make things you do spontaneously a little more focused and a little less dangerous. Richard nodded his appreciation. Whether of her offer or her softer tone, she wasn't sure. Nietzsche could see in Richard and Kara's eyes that the experience had brought the two of them closer. When she realized that he would soon be leaving, Nietzsche's brief bout of joy at seeing Kara alive and well faded. Besides, Richard said as he scanned the darkness, we don't even know if this had anything to do with the thing back in the woods. Well, of course it did, Nietzsche said. His gaze returned to her. How do you know? That thing tore all those men apart. This was a different kind of attack. For that matter, we don't even know for certain that either attack was the beast that Jagang ordered to be created. What are you talking about? What else could it be? It has to be the weapon that Jagang directed the sisters to conjure. I'm not saying that it isn't. It very well could be. But a lot of it doesn't make any sense to me. Like what? Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. The thing in the forest attacked the men. It didn't attack me even though I wasn't far away. Here it didn't bother to tear Kara apart like it did the men. If it was the same thing, then we know it could have easily killed me. So when it was right here and had the chance, why didn't it use the opportunity? Maybe because I tried to capture its power, Kara offered. Maybe it just passed me by because I was a threat, or maybe I distracted it enough that it decided to flee. Richard shook his head. You were no threat. It went right through you. And besides, its touch was enough to eliminate your interference. Then it came through the wall for me. But as it reached my room, it didn't flee, it simply disappeared. Nietzsche abruptly turned suspicious. She never had heard the whole story. You were in the room and it just vanished? Not exactly. I jumped out the window to escape it as it came through the wall into my room. As I hung there, some kind of dark thing like a moving shadow came out the window, and as it did, it seemed to evaporate into the night. Nietzsche idly drew the end of the cord of her bodice through her fingers as she considered what he'd said. She tried to fit the pieces into everything else she knew, but none of it would match. Nothing that the beast did seemed to make sense, if it really was the same beast. Richard was right in that it all seemed to defy logic. Maybe it didn't see you, she murmured half to herself as she considered the puzzle. Richard flashed her a skeptical expression. So you're saying that it could find me at night inside the inn, and it then crashed right through a succession of walls as it was coming for me? But then, when I just barely managed to jump through the only window, it became confused, and so it wandered off? Nietzsche appraised his eyes a moment. Both attacks have something important in common. They both displayed incredible power, shattering trees like they were twigs and going through walls as if they were no more than paper. Richard sighed unhappily. I suppose that's true. What I'd like to know, Nietzsche added as she folded her arms, is why it didn't kill Kara. She caught the slight flicker in his eyes, and she knew then that he knew something more than he had said. Nietzsche cocked her head as she watched him while she waited. When I was there in Kara's mind, taking up the pain of the touch of that vile thing, there was something more that it left behind, he admitted in a quiet voice. I think it wanted to leave a message for me to find. A message that it's coming for me, that it will find me, and that for all eternity it will make my death a luxury beyond reach. Nietzsche's gaze slid to Kara. I didn't choose for him to come after me to that twilight place, as you called it. I didn't ask him to, and I didn't want him to. The Mord Sith's hands fisted at her sides. "But I can't lie and say that I'd rather be dead." Nietzsche couldn't help but to smile at such simple honesty. "Kara, I'm joyful that you're not dead. I truly am. What kind of man would we be following if he easily let a friend die without trying his best to save her?" Kara's expression cooled as Nietzsche looked again at Richard. "I'm still perplexed as to why it didn't kill Kara. After all, a message like that could have just as easily been given directly to you once it had you in its clutches. If the threat is credible, and I certainly don't doubt that it is, then the beast would have all the time it wished to make you suffer if it would have snatched you right then. Such a message serves no real purpose. What's more, it makes no sense for the beast to be right there and then vanish." Richard drummed his fingers on the crossguard of his sword as he thought it over. "All good questions, Nietzsche, but I just don't have good answers." With the palm of his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he scanned the darkness again, checking for any threat. "I think Kara and I had better be on our way. Considering what happened to Victor's men, I'm concerned about what will happen if that thing comes back here after me. I'd not like that kind of beast rampaging through the city in a blood frenzy. I don't want any more people to be needlessly hurt or killed. Whatever that thing is, the beast Jagang had his sisters conjure, or something we don't even know about, it seems to me that I'll have a better chance to stay alive if I keep moving. Sitting in one place feels too much like waiting for the executioner to arrive." "I don't think that you are necessarily making logical assumptions," Nietzsche said. "Nonetheless, I need to be going anyway, and I'd feel better if it was sooner rather than later, for a variety of reasons." He hoisted his pack higher on his back. "I have to find Victor and Ishak." Resigned, Nietzsche gestured behind her. "After the attack, I went and got them. They are both over at the stables back there. Ishak has the horses you requested. Some of the men helped him gather supplies for you." She put a hand on his arm. "Some of the relatives of Victor's men, the ones who were killed, are there too. They want to hear from you." Richard nodded as he let out a deep breath. "I hope I can offer them some comfort. Grief is fresh in my mind." He gave Kara a quick squeeze on her shoulder. "But mine has been lifted." Richard hitched his bow higher up onto his shoulder as he started away. In little more than a blink, he dissolved into the darkness. Chapter 21. As Kara went past, following in Richard's wake, Nietzsche caught the Mord Sith's arm, holding her back until she could speak without Richard hearing. "How are you, Kara? Really?" Kara met Nietzsche's direct gaze with a steady look of her own. "I'm tired, but I'm fine now. Lord Ral made it right." Nietzsche nodded her satisfaction. "Kara, may I ask you a personal question? As long as I don't have to promise, I'll answer it. Do you have a man for whom you care greatly named Benjamin Meifert?" Even in the dim light, Nietzsche could see Kara's face go as scarlet as her red leather outfit. "Who told you such a thing?" "Do you mean to say, then, that it's a secret and no one knows?" "Well, that's not what I'm saying exactly," Kara stammered. "I mean, you're trying to trip me into saying something I don't intend." "I'm not trying to trip you into saying anything, especially something that isn't true. I only asked about Benjamin Meifert." Kara's brow drew tight. "Who told you such a thing?" "Richard." Nietzsche arched an eyebrow. "Is it true?" Kara pressed her lips tight. At last, she looked away from Nietzsche to glare off into the night. "Yes." "So you told Richard all about how you care a great deal for this soldier?" "Are you crazy? I would never have told such a thing to Lord Ral. Where could he have heard it?" For a moment, Nietzsche listened to the cicadas singing their incessant mating songs as she considered the Mord Sith. "Richard said that Kalen told him all about it." Kara stood with her mouth agape. She at last touched her fingers to her forehead as she worked to gather her senses. "Well, that's just crazy. I I must have told him myself. I guess I just forgot. We talk about so much. It's hard to recall everything I told him, but now that you bring it up, I think I do recall mentioning it one night when we were both talking about such sentimental things. I think that must have been when I told him about Benjamin Myford. I guess I pushed such personal discussions to the back of my mind. I guess he didn't. I ought to learn to keep my mouth shut. You have no need to fear anything you tell Richard. You have no better friend in the world. And you have no need to fear me knowing such things either. He told me about it in the depth of his grief for you, because he wanted me to know that you are more than just Maud Sith, that you're a person with a life and desires of your own, and you had come to value a good man. He was honoring you by telling me. But I will keep it to myself. Your feelings are safe with me, Kara. Kara idly tugged at strands of hair at the end of her single braid. I guess I never looked at it quite that way. I mean, about him honoring me by telling you. That's kind of nice. Love is a passion for life shared with another person. You fall in love with a person who you think is wonderful. It's your deepest appreciation of the value of that individual, and that individual is a reflection of what you value most in life. Love, for sound reasons, can be one of life's greatest rewards. You shouldn't be ashamed or embarrassed about being in love. I mean, if you really do love Benjamin, that is. Kara thought it over a moment. I'm not ashamed of it. I am Maud Sith. Some of the tension went out of her shoulders. But I don't know if I'm in love with him either. I don't know for certain what I think about it. I know I care greatly for him. I'm not sure it's love, though. Maybe it's only the first step along the path to love. It's kind of hard for me to tell about such things. I'm not used to it mattering what I think or how I feel. Nietzsche nodded as she began walking slowly through the shadows. For a lot of my life, I didn't understand what love was either. Jagang used to sometimes think that he was in love with me. Jagang? Seriously? He's in love with you? No, he's not really in love with me. He just thinks he is. Even back then, I knew that it wasn't love, even if I didn't understand why. Jagang's measure of worth runs from hate to lust. He scorns and defiles anything that's good about life, so he couldn't possibly experience true love. He can only discern it as the faint fragrance of something tantalizing and mysterious beyond his reach, and he longs to possess it. He imagined that he could experience love by grabbing me by my hair and forcing me down on him. He interpreted his enjoyment as he watched as feelings of love. He thought that I should be grateful that he had such powerful feelings for me, that he would be overcome with desire for me to the exclusion of everything else. Since he believed that forcing himself on me was an expression of his love, he thought I should accept it as an honor. He would have liked Dark and Rahl, Kara muttered. They would have gotten along splendidly. She looked over, suddenly puzzled. You're a sorceress. Why didn't you use your power to incinerate the bastard? Nietzsche let out a deep breath. How could she simply explain a lifetime of indoctrination? I don't think that a day goes by that I don't wish I would have killed that vile man. But brought up as I was under the teachings of the Fellowship of Order, the same as he, I believed that moral virtue was only realized through self-sacrifice. Under their tenets, your duty is to those in need. Such dictates are imposed under the banner of the common good, or the betterment of mankind, or dutiful obedience to the Creator. By the ideology of the Order, we were to devote ourselves not to those we regarded as the best among mankind, but to those who we ourselves regarded as the worst among men, not because they had earned it, but precisely because they hadn't. This, the Order claims, is the heart of morality, and the only means by which we earn our entry into the everlasting light of the Creator in the afterlife. It's the sacrifice of the virtuous into servitude to the vile. It is never done under the banner of what it really is, naked greed for the unearned. Jagang's worldly needs revolved around his crotch. I had what he believed he needed. So I was morally required to sacrifice myself to his need, especially since he is the leader bringing the Order's moral teachings to the heathens of the world. When Jagang would beat me until I was only half conscious, and then throw me on his bed to have his way with me, I was doing what I had been taught was not only right, but my selfless moral duty. I thought I was evil for hating it. Since I believed that I was evil for such self-interest, I felt that I deserved all the pain I got in this world and eternal punishment in the next. I couldn't kill a man who was, under the creed taught to me by the Fellowship of Order, morally superior to me by virtue of his need. How could I possibly harm someone who I had been taught to serve? How could I possibly object to the harm done to me when I so deserved all I got and more? What could I object to? Justice? That's the endless, miserable trap of teachings about your duty to the greater good. They strolled in silence as Nietzsche endured an array of ghastly memories. What changed? Kara finally asked. Richard, Nietzsche said softly. Right then she was glad for the darkness. Despite her tears, she lifted her head with pride. The Imperial Order's teachings can only endure through brutality. Richard showed me that no one has a right to my life, not the whole of it, nor pieces of it. He showed me that my life is mine to live for myself, for my own purposes, and does not belong to others. Kara watched with a kind of knowing sympathy. I guessed that you had a great deal in common with Mord Sith under the rule of Darken Ral. Dahara was once a place of darkness, as life is now under the Imperial Order. Richard didn't just kill Darken Ral, he ended that kind of sick doctrine for Dahara. He gave us the same thing he gave you. He gave us back our lives. I guess Lord Ral could understand us because he was treated much the same. Nietzsche wasn't sure what Kara meant. The same? He was once a captive of a Mord Sith named Denna. At the time it was our duty to torture Darken Ral's enemies to death. Denna was the best of the best. Darken Ral had personally selected her to capture Richard and be in charge of his training. Darken Ral had been hunting Richard for quite a while because he knew something important about the boxes of Orden. Darken Ral wanted that information. It was Denna's job to torture Richard into being eager to answer any question Darken Ral asked. Nietzsche glanced over and saw tears glistening in Kara's eyes as she slowed to a halt. She lifted her aegil, staring at it as she rolled it in her fingers. Nietzsche knew all about Denna and what she had done to Richard, but she decided that right then it might be best to remain silent and simply listen. Sometimes people needed to say things for themselves more than they needed to say them for others. Nietzsche thought that perhaps after coming so close to dying, this was one of those times for Kara. I was there, Kara said in a near whisper as she stared at her aegil. He doesn't remember because Denna had tortured him until he was delirious and only partially conscious. But I saw him there, at the People's Palace, and I saw some of what she did to him, of what we all did. Nietzsche's breath paused. She cautiously glanced over at Kara. Of what you all did? What do you mean? It was standard practice for Mord Sith to pass their captives around. It made it more difficult for them to learn to endure any particular pattern of torture from one individual. It helped to keep them confused and afraid. Fear is an integral part of torture. That's something a Mord Sith learns from the first moment she is taken to be trained to become Mord Sith. That fear and the unknown makes any pain infinitely worse. Most of the time, Denna let a Mord Sith named Constance share in training Richard. But sometimes Denna wanted to use others besides Constance. Kara stood stock still as she stared at her aegil. It was not long after he arrived at the People's Palace. Richard doesn't remember. I don't think he even knew his own name at the time because Denna had him in a fog of delirium. in a state of madness from the things she had done to him. But he spent a day with me. This Nietzsche hadn't known. She stood frozen, afraid to say anything. She had no idea what she could say. Denna took Richard as her mate, Kara said. I don't think she understood love any better than Jagang or Darkenral. At the end, though, she came to have a deep and genuine love for Richard. I saw the change coming over her. As you described it, she came to value him as an individual. She came to have sincere passion for him. She loved him so much that in the end she let him kill her so that he could escape. But before then, when Denna was still torturing him, I saw him there more than once, hanging helpless, covered in blood, and begging for the release of death. A tear ran down Kara's cheek. Dear spirits, I too made him beg for death as I stood over him. Kara seemed to suddenly realize what she had just said aloud. Panic flooded her eyes. Please don't say anything to him. It was so long ago. It's over, and everything has changed now. I don't want him to know about me there with him like that. Tears ran down her face. Please. Nietzsche took one of Kara's hands in both of hers. Of course I wouldn't say anything about it. I, of all people, understand the way you feel. I, too, once did terrible things to him, only for a great deal longer than anyone else. As you say, that's over. Nietzsche let out a deep sigh. I guess we all three know a little about what love is and what it isn't. Kara nodded, not just her relief, but her sincere appreciation that Nietzsche understood. We'd better catch up with Lord Rahl. Nietzsche gestured casually toward the stables. Richard is talking to the relatives of Victor's men who were killed. She tapped the side of her forehead. I can just barely hear him with my gift. She reached out and gently wiped a tear from Kara's cheek. We have the time to gather our senses before we get there. As they started slowly walking toward the stable, Kara said, Nietzsche, could I tell you something then? Something personal? On a night of such surprises, this was yet another. Of course. Well, Kara began as she frowned, trying to find the words. When Lord Rahl came to me to heal me, he was close to me. What do you mean? I mean he was lying there with me, in the bed with me, with his arms around me, you know, protecting me and keeping me warm. She rubbed her arms as if the memory had brought the chill back. I was so cold. Kara stole a quick glance over at Nietzsche. I guess that in my condition and all, I was kind of holding on to him, too. Nietzsche lifted an eyebrow. I see. And the thing is, I felt things when he came into me. And if you tell him this, I'll kill you. I swear I will.